Keep this.
Good morning. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the arraignment calendar for September 29th of 2022. I'm going to call the calendar. If these individuals are represented by counsel, I'll expect that the attorney will respond on behalf of the client. If you're not represented by counsel, then we will speak with you once I call your name on the calendar. This is the arraignment calendar, which means that this is essentially the first time that your case is before this court, which is the trial court, in an effort to resolve your matter. You can enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or no contest. If you enter a not guilty plea, that means you'll have a trial at a later date. On the day of trial, the state has the burden of proving the guilt against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to remain silent and not offer any testimony or evidence against yourself. So essentially, all you need to do is show up if that's what you choose to do. However, if you wish to challenge any arguments made by the state or enter evidence on your behalf, you may do so. Everyone is entitled to have an attorney, whether you enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or nolo. If you cannot afford an attorney, let me know and I can appoint one to you. If at trial you are convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to $1,000, a $1,000 fine. It could also 12 months in jail or both. By entering a plea of not guilty, if you're convicted and you feel that the conviction is an error or a mistake, you can appeal that conviction to a higher court within 30 days of the court's verdict. However, if you wish to enter a plea of guilty, it means you feel you're guilty of the offense before the court. If you wish to enter a plea of nolo, it means that you understand that the state has information that they could enter into evidence and you could be convicted at trial. Therefore, you wish to resolve the case without contesting that evidence. That is a nolo plea. A nolo plea may work to your benefit in certain instances, particularly if you have a traffic offense and you wish to avoid points on your license or the penalties of a suspension of your license, a NOLO plea may assist you with that. You have to be NOLO eligible, which means you haven't used that NOLO plea in that particular instance in the last 5 years. And the state will be able to tell you whether you are NOLO eligible. We'll discuss that with you. If you're under 21 years of age, it is easier to pick up points on your license that may result in a suspension of your license. And in some cases, a NOLO plea does not work the same way for you. So please be mindful of that. If you have a commercial driver's license and your driver's license being active is how you feed your family and support yourself, be mindful that a plea, even if it's if the citation is on your personal vehicle and your personal license, a plea of NOLO or guilty or a conviction at trial could have a negative effect on your commercial driver's license. So please be mindful of all of these things. At this time, I'm going to call the calendar, and when I call your name, I need to know that you are here, but if you have an attorney, we'll ask your attorney to speak on your behalf. All right. Natisa Baker.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Baker is here on the call. She just provided me with a new phone number, but it appears that she's unable to take a call while in this Zoom call. If we could just have a breakout room in a few minutes.
Okay. All right. Next is Emily Alice Dove. Emily Alice Dove.
I spoke to Ms. Dove recently. I haven't heard from her this morning.
Anything from the state on Dove?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would like to issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
Okay. Jason Lamont Fletcher. Jason Lamont Fletcher.
He's in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, come up, Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher, good morning. I don't see that you have an attorney. You're charged with possession of drug objects and tampering with evidence. Do you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I would like him there.
Okay. Are you over the age of 21? I'm sorry? Okay. All right. Have a seat, and I'm going to have someone from the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis speak with you. Okay. Xavier Cortez Grady. Xavier Cortez Grady.
Is Mr. Grady in the call?
Last call, Xavier Cortez Grady. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you put your first and last name on the screen, first and last name, so that I can identify you when it comes to figuring out if you're here and moving cases in and out of the breakout room. For bench warrant bond forfeiture requested for Grady.
Yes, Your Honor.
Demario Jarrell Hand. Demario Hand. I see
Yes,
Mr.
I'm
Hand
here.
is okay. Mr.
Yes, I'm here.
Hand, I have that you're charged with battery, family violence, battery, simple battery, family violence, and simple battery. I do not see an attorney for you. Do you have an attorney, sir?
Yes, I do. It's Florio.
Okay. Have you engaged Mr. Florio's services?
Yes, he's in trial this week.
Okay. Do we have a conflict for Mr. Florio or an entry at all?
Good morning,
No, I
Judge.
don't.
We don't have an entry of appearance for from you on this case.
Okay. So, Mr. Hand, did you pay Mr. Florio to be here, or did you just tell him you had a case?
Yeah, I did. I actually paid him when I first caught the charge like 2 years ago, and he's on. I had got the letter late. I had got the letter because they mailed it to my mom's house. So it
But have
was a
you,
late.
and you spoke to him this week?
Now I spoke to his secretary yesterday.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Hand, I'll give you a one-time continuance to November 9th.
Okay.
And that way you and your attorney can get together and make sure that you are both here on that date. That'll be November 9th at 10 a.m.
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Maricimi Jimenez Abreu.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Abreu, you're represented by Lister and Holt. Who's representing Ms. Abreu?
I'm representing Ms. Abreu, Your Honor. If we could have, or if I could have a conference of the state on this matter.
Okay. Which person in the SG's office has this case?
It's me, Your Honor, John VA.
Your Honor, just so that that the court is aware, I'll be handling cases M through Z,
Okay.
Your Honor. So we split the calendar up.
Okay. Tyre Shamir Johnson. Tyre Johnson.
How you doing? It's Tyre, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Johnson. You're before the court for battery, family violence, battery, simple battery, and criminal trespass. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Taylor, is this your case?
Yes, Your Honor. If I could get a conference of the state on this matter as well.
Okay. Lee Marvin Jones Jr.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Jones, I don't have that you have an attorney. Are you representing yourself, or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
I wish to have an attorney to represent me.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis to speak with you. You're charged with simple battery, family violence, and damage trespass. Martalese Abendigo Chroma.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Chroma, do you know how to change your name on your screen?
No.
Okay, hold on a second. Mr. Chroma, do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you wish to have one? Or do you wish to represent yourself? You're charged with driving on a suspended or revoked license and no license. Both of those can result in a further suspension of your license if you've gotten it reinstated.
So what you're saying, I need to get a lawyer?
I'm not saying that. I can't tell you whether you need to get one or not. That's your choice, but I'm telling you what could happen in each of these offenses.
All right, you can just give me a lawyer then.
I'm sorry?
Okay, I'll take a lawyer.
All right. I'll appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis.
I thought I just had to show y'all. They had told me I just had to show y'all that I had my license now.
Okay, well, you have two cases. If you wish to do that, fine, but understand that you've been charged with the same offenses twice. Even if you handle one of the cases by showing your license, the other one could still end up suspending your license, okay? Because you don't just have no license, you also have driving on a suspended or revoked license. Okay, so I'll appoint both of those cases to an attorney. That way you are sure of what you want before you make a decision. Jaquavius Lissamore. Jaquavius Lissamore.
He's here.
Is he in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Come on up, Mr. Lissamore. Mr. Lissamore, you're charged with criminal trespass. Do you wish to have an attorney to represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself? Are you over 21? All right. does the state have a recommendation for criminal trespass in this case?
Just hold on, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state's recommendations. Excuse me, turn my camera on.
Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, the state's recommendation for the criminal trespass, Your Honor, is 12 months probation, a $200 fine, 40 hours of community service, balance of probation suspend upon there's no violent harassing contact with Katrina McQuinn.
Mr. Lissamore, did you hear that? Did you wish to take that, take a plea in this case? Okay, so by entering a not guilty plea, sir, you'll be moved to a trial calendar. Do you wish to have an attorney to represent you for trial?
Yes.
I'm sorry? I can't hear what you're saying, sir. Speak up.
No.
Deputy, is he saying yes or no?
He's saying yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Lissamore, that audio is really bad. So you're going to have a trial at a later date. They will be sending you notice at your home where you receive notice of this hearing. If anything changes, you need to come into the first floor of this building, the state court clerk's office, and ask for a change of information form. And then you need to fill that out and give that back to them so you can make sure that your notices go to the correct address. If you, if the notice goes to the wrong address or you've moved and you don't receive notice, there's a possibility you could have a bench warrant issued. And in this case, sir, there was possibly a bond condition that you're not to have contact with Miss Katrina McQuinn. Whatever that bond condition says, please make sure you are mindful of it, because if you violate the bond condition, you could have your bond revoked. You could spend the remainder of that time in jail until your case is tried, and you could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand? Okay, you're free to go at this time.
Your Honor,
Yes.
are you appointing Lister Holt and Dennis for the trial case?
Yes, I will.
Can I just get his contact information?
Oh, hold, Mr. McQuinn. Mr. McQuinn? Did he leave? I mean, not Mr. McQuinn, Mr. Lissamore. Mr. Lissamore, did he leave that quick? Mr. Lissamore, if you will write down your information on a piece of paper, your address and phone number for the attorney, then we'll get that to your attorney who's going to be contacting you about the case, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, Dejana Mason.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Ms. Mason, you're before the court for theft by taking. You're represented by the law firm of Lister and Holt. Who's representing Ms. Mason?
Attorney Taylor, Your Honor. If I could have a breakout room of the state. Please.
All right. Selvin Samuel Melendez. Daniel Ortiz is the attorney of record.
Yes, Your Honor, that is my case. Nick Kasakian here for Dan Ortiz on behalf of Selvin Melendez. We have an offer on this case, and I'm just waiting for my client to get his license. I believe he's gotten it, but I have to confirm that. So if he has, we can obviously plead this out.
Okay, is
So
he
I guess
here?
I believe so. I had my assistant speak with him yesterday.
Selvin Melendez. Selvin Melendez. Okay, I don't have any indication that they're in the court, and I don't see them on the video. So you may wish to call them, Mr. Katzkin.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state will be requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture if he does not appear.
All right. All right, you can go ahead and call him, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mariah Marie Schofield. Mariah Marie Schofield.
She's present in court, Your Honor.
Ms. Schofield, you're charged with distracted driving. Do you have a hands-free device that you can show? Okay. Can you all
Your
see
Honor,
that?
Yes,
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, I can see it. The state will prepare a no process for the court.
All right, Ms. Schofield, thank you so much. The case is going to be dismissed. You're free to go at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, go back over it. Mr. Baker needs a breakout room with Mr. Kamani. Is that correct? I mean, Miss Baker, Mr. Kamani.
Mr.
Taylor.
Oh, Mr. Taylor, I'm sorry. All right, and Mr. Taylor. So, Mr. Taylor, it appears that you have the cases, more cases on this calendar. Mr. Kamani, can I give you some of the newer cases?
Sure, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Taylor, you have several requests to break out with the state, but I'm going to let you go ahead and talk to Ms. Baker first in case you need to include her information in your discussions with the state. So I'll put Mr. Taylor and Ms. Baker in breakout room number 1. One second. All right, Ms. Taylor and Mr. Baker are breakout room number 1. Mr. Kamani and Mr. Fletcher is in the pod. So I'll put you in the courtroom in breakout room number 2.
All right, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so Mr. Taylor is in breakout room number 1. Mr. Kamani is in breakout room number 2. Once they come out of those breakout rooms, then they'll go into the next discussion or breakout room with the next person on the list. All right. Bermudez, I don't think that there's anyone here who needs the assistance of a Spanish interpreter. You can have request and see if there's anyone. If not, then you're free to go to the next court. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Muy buenos días. ¿Hay alguna persona que tenga un caso pendiente que vaya a necesitar a la intérprete de español? ¿Me?
All right. So Ms. Abreu doesn't need an interpreter. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. All right, I'll be back when it's time to move people around in the breakout room. Mr. Taylor, are you ready to speak with the state's attorneys?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, I just had to make two little calls. I believe Miss Dove should be logging on too, by the way.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 3 with Ms. Ponder and Ms. Janvier.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I make an announcement on Mr. Melendez?
You may.
I am my whole office has been trying to get in contact with him, and his phone just seems to go straight to voicemail. So maybe there's a legit medical emergency going on, but really, I don't know what else to say at this point.
All right, a bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted, but if you can get me proof that he had a legitimate reason for missing court today before the bench warrant is issued, which probably will be a day or so, then I'll be able to rescind it.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
You may. Thank you, Mr. Keskin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye.
You too. Ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys are in breakout rooms. As soon as they come back to the main room, we'll be able to move forward.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
I have an announcement for Jason Fletcher.
Go ahead with your announcement, sir.
Your Honor, he's going to plead NOLO to counts 1 and 2.
All right. All right, so the state's attorneys are in a conference with Mr. Taylor. So Mr. Kamani, I've appointed on
Jones.
Lee Marvin Jones. So may I put Mr. Jones in the breakout room with you?
Sure, yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, Mr. Jones. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Kamani. Mr. Fletcher, just have a seat. As soon as the other attorneys are back, then we'll go ahead and get you get your plea taken, okay? Thank you. Mr. Jones, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 2. All right.
Your Honor, could I have another breakout with Ms. Baker? Thank you.
You really show everything.
Your Honor, could I have a breakout room with Mr. Johnson? Taylor?
Yes. Do you have an announcement on Ms. Baker?
Yes, Your Honor. She would like to plead guilty to counts 1, 3, and 4 and receive first offender treatment.
And you want to break out room with Mr. Johnson, you said?
Yes, Your Honor. Tyler Johnson.
Okay. All right, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Taylor. You'll see the announcement. There you go. On your screen. So, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1. Mr. Taylor, you are in breakout room number 1. All right.
Your Honor.
Mr. Kamani, do you have an announcement on Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor. He wants to plead not guilty to counts 1 and 2.
All right. So, Mr. Jones, where are you?
I'm here, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Jones, listen to me carefully. You have a bond condition that was set by the magistrate court, and it probably says that you're not to have contact with a particular person or go back to a particular location. Please make sure that you adhere to the bond condition. If you are not sure what it is, you can go to the magistrate court clerk's office and ask for a copy, but please make sure you do not violate those conditions, because if you do, your bond could be revoked and you could spend the remainder of the time until your trial in jail. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies punishable by up to 10 years in prison or more. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, thank you, sir. You'll be getting a notice in the mail for your trial date. Keep in touch with your attorney because they'll know more information before you know it or before we send it to you. So please keep in touch with your attorney to prepare for trial. And if anything changes about your contact information, please make sure you let your attorney know first, and then they'll direct you as to how to let the court know, okay?
Okay, so they're gonna give me their contact number because I don't have any contact.
Mr. Kamani, did you want to chat that to him before he leaves?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
He can, yeah, I gave you my number. So if you can just send me a text message.
I'll do that. I'll send you a text. Yes, I'll do that. Okay.
He's gonna text you, okay?
I can keep in contact.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Mr. Jones, we're losing you, but you're free to go at this time, and your attorney is going to text you. All right, Mr. Croma, Mr. Kamani, are you ready to speak with Mr. Croma?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Mr. Kamani and Mr. Croma will be in breakout room number 2. Mr. Croma, you'll see the invitation now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the attorneys return, we'll be getting announcements on those cases where they're speaking with individuals, and we'll also begin taking pleas. For those of you who are coming in for the 11 o'clock calendar, we'll call that calendar in a moment.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
I have announcements on for Chroma's case, and for the case ending 3992, he's going to plead nolo.
Okay,
And the case ending 3994, he's going to plead guilty to counts 1 in both cases.
all right. And who has Dejana Mason?
That's Mr. Taylor's case, Wesley Taylor.
All right, so Mr. Kamani, let's go forward with yours, Mr. Fletcher, Jason Lamont Fletcher Jr. Come on up to the podium. Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? All right, you can put your hand out. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Jason Lamont Fletcher, 2021 CR 03964. You're represented by Attorney Kamani, who's with you here. He has indicated you're entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2, possession of a drug-related object and tampering with evidence. By entering a plea of nolo to both counts, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On March 24th, 2021, during a road safety check, Mr. Fletcher was stopped and observed with a green leafy substance on his tongue. He had attempted to swallow what was believed to have been marijuana at that time. He also was in possession of 2 black digital scales. That concludes the facts. And the state is recommending that he receive credit for time served under both counts.
All right. So Mr. Fletcher, the court is going to accept your pleas. I'll sentence you to credit for time served on counts 1 and 2. And the balance will be suspended as long as you have no further violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. All right, you're free to go at this time, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Kamani, you also have, who else?
Chroma.
Chroma.
Yeah.
All right, where's Mr. Chroma?
Right here.
Okay, all right. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yeah.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on case 2021 CR 03992 for driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 1, and no license, count 2. You're also before the court on 2021 CR 03994 for no driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 1, no license, count 2. Your attorney, Mr. Kamani, has indicated that you wish to enter a plea of nolo to count 1, and count 2 will be no pros on the case ending in 03992. And you'll enter a plea of guilty to count 1, and count 2 will be no pros on the case ending in 03994. By entering your pleas, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yeah.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Your Honor, for the case ending in 992 on October 6, 2020, during a road safety check, Mr. Croma was stopped and was informed that he did not have a driver's license. That driver's license was suspended. That does conclude the facts. The state is recommending the $1,000 fee for that charge, and we're no processing no license.
Okay, was that a first and 5 or a second and 5?
That was 1 and 5.
Okay, the fine is $500. Is that my understanding, or did it go up? Mr. Kamani?
Yes, Your Honor. That's
Okay.
correct. It's 500
All right.
the first one.
All right, and on case ending in 03994?
Yes, Your Honor, on October 27th, same thing, there was a traffic stop, and again, Mr. Cromar was stopped without his driver's license. So that second one is the $1,000.
All right. Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Cromar?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, he wants to be on pay only probation to pay those fines.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Cromar? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, so sir, I'm going to accept your plea of no load to count 1 on the case ending in 03992. Count 2 will be no pros. The fine will be $500. That'll be $737.50 with the surcharges. I'll send you to 12 months pay only probation. That means the only 2 things you have to do is pay your fines and fees and report to probation. Once you've paid all of the fines and fees, then your probation will terminate. On the case ending in 03994, I'll accept your plea of guilty to count 1. Count 2 will be no pros. It's a fine in the amount of $1,000. That's going to be $1,420 with the surcharges. I'll also put you on 12 months pay only probation. I'll run those 2 concurrent, meaning at the same time, you'll have 12 months in which to pay the $500 fine and fees and the $1,000 fine and fees. And you also have to report as long as you are on probation. But with pay only probation, sir, as soon as you have paid all of the fines and fees, your probation will terminate and you no longer have to report. Do you understand?
All right.
All right, so Mr. Croma, one last thing. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. That'll be breakout room number 6. Mrs. Thomas is the probation expert who's going to do intake. She's gonna give you all of the information you need to know for probation. And once you have finished speaking with her, then you'll be able to leave the room. Do you understand, sir?
All right.
All right, so I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas. Thank you. All right, Mr. Kamani, did you have any other cases?
No, Your Honor, I've ordered.
All right, Mr. Taylor, are you ready on Baker?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Baker? May I see you, please? Ms. Baker?
Yes.
All right, may I see you, please? All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Natasha Baker.
Natasha.
I'm sorry?
Natasha.
Natasha Baker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. 2022, is it NAU? Is correct?
Yes, they spelled it wrong. Yeah, it's N-A-U-T.
Your Honor, we would waive the typo of the I being an A.
All right, 2022 CR 02487. You're charged with DUI less safe, reckless driving, striking a fixed object, and improper backing. You're entering a plea of guilty to counts 1, 3, and 4. Count 2 will be no pros per the state, per the court. You're doing this under the first offender statute. That means that if you successfully complete all of your sentence, then this will not appear as a negative on your GCIC. So you have to successfully complete for that to happen. By entering a plea of guilty to counts 1, 3, and 4 under first offender, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On July 3rd, 2022, Ms. Baker was observed driving a black Nissan. The vehicle was moving while she was under the influence of alcohol. She advised that she had 3 alcohol shot beverages of Casamigos. And so it was determined it was less safe for her to drive. And this happened on 1568 Cardinal Road. She also struck a parked vehicle and fixed objects. The state is recommending on count 1, 12 months to serve 10 days, credit for time served. The balance will be probated, drug and alcohol evaluation, random testing, no drugs or alcohol, 40 hours of community service, and a $500 fine, and terminate on completion.
Is she
Sorry,
doing go ahead, Mr.
Sorry, Ms. Janvier, was that 10 days or 2 days? The offer I have is 2 days, time served. And a $300 fine.
No, I have 10 days and $500.
You have 10 days and 500?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where?
Mr. Taylor, did you have the offer in writing?
Yes, Your Honor, I have it written on the accusation here.
Who made the offer?
It doesn't contain a signature. It's just blue pen on the discovery that was provided.
Okay, did you want to send that back to Ms. Janvier, like text her the picture of it or something so we can move forward?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll send that right now.
All right, so while we're waiting on that, the announcement on, did you have an announcement on Miss Mason's case?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Mason wishes to plead guilty to theft by taking.
All right, did you also have an announcement on Ms. Jimenez Abreu?
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking for a continuance so that she can enroll in PTI. There was some confusion, but Ms. Ponder has provided the enrollment information now.
Okay, so Ms. Jimenez Abreu's case has been on the calendar a couple of times. Let's make sure that we get done what we need to get done so she doesn't have to come back on November 9th. The court will continue the case for enrollment in PTI. Ms. Jimenez Abreu, please make sure that you do all that is necessary so you don't have to come back to court. If you successfully complete PTI, then you don't have to come back to court. They will provide that information to me, okay?
Your Honor, is this the 10 o'clock calendar for November the 9th?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, and
Is Ms. Dove present on the call?
Miss Erica Dove. Was it Erica Dove? No.
Emily Dove.
Emily Dove. I'm sorry, Miss Dove.
Oh, I see your name.
Miss Dove, you were at a bench warrant pending. What happened, ma'am?
Oh my goodness, my internet was not working. I have no idea what happened, but my internet was not working. I could not log on.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, do you have an announcement on Miss Dove?
Yes, Your Honor. Per agreement with the state, we would like to continue this 1 week. Ms. Dove has informs me that she has completed all of her PTI community service hours. It's just there was a little mix up with getting her documentation from the site where she was doing these community service hours.
All right, so the continuance date is November 9th. Ms. Dove, you'll be back on November 9th, or if you've provided all of that information to your attorney and the state has provided the no pros, you don't have to come back at that time.
Okay,
But,
great.
all right, just check with your attorney, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Ms. Dove, thank you. All right, Tyre Johnson, I'm sorry.
Yes, the state and I just had one more detail to iron out. Ms. Janvier, did you see my message?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, yes, Mr. Johnson would like to enter a guilty plea to counts 1 and 4 and would like to be treated under the first offender statute.
All right, so have we straightened out everything for Ms. Baker?
Ms. Baker.
I was just gonna reply, I can't open whatever you sent to me, it's not opening.
Your Honor, I actually provided Mr. Taylor my cell number so that he can send that information over, but I haven't received it yet.
Oh, I see that now. Oops.
Xavier Cortez Grady. All right, Mr. Grady has not appeared. I'm gonna go ahead and do a bench warrant. All right, are we ready on Baker?
Just 1 second, sorry.
Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
the attorney for the Melendez case, him and his client is about to, I guess, appear back on Zoom.
Okay,
Okay, I told him.
thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor, did you dismiss Ms. Dove and Ms. Abreu?
Your Honor, also the state's ready for Baker.
The judge will return momentarily.
All right, Mr. Taylor, did everything get worked out for Ms. Baker's case?
Yes, Your Honor. And did you dismiss Miss Dove and Miss Abreu?
No.
Or not dismiss the case, but they're done being
Oh
on the
yeah,
call?
they're continued, so they're free to go at this time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, Mr.
Thank you.
Do we lose the judge?
Recommendation on Baker or Ms. Janvier. I have 12 months. How many days?
What the hell? Can I hear you?
And the fine is 300.
Can you say that again, please? I can't hear you.
Hold on, Ms. Baker. I'm gonna ask the same thing. Go ahead,
Okay.
Ms. Janvier. We had a glitch. Can you repeat the recommendation, please?
Yes, Your Honor. 12 months to serve, 2 days, credit for time served, balance probated, $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, substance abuse evaluation, and any recommended treatment, no drugs or alcohol, random testing, 40 hours of community service, and risk reduction course for count 1. Count 2.
Go ahead. Count 3.
2. Yeah, and count 3, $100 fine.
$100 fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 4.
Actually, I'm sorry. The $100 fine is for nope. Yeah, well, count 4 it should be no process.
And count 2.
Count 2 is merged.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Baker, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to counts 1 and 3 under first offender. Counts 2 and will be merged with count 1. Count 4 will be no pros. I'll sentence you on count 1 to serve 12 months, 2 days credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to take a substance abuse evaluation, and in any treatment they may order. You're also to have no alcohol or drugs or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs. You're going to take a risk reduction course and pay a fine in the amount of $300. The $300 fine is going to be $444 with the surcharges. And you'll also do 40 hours of community service. Count 3 will be a $100 fine. I'll run that concurrent with count 1, which means you can pay that during the course of your 12 months probation also. Did you have any questions, Mr. Taylor?
Nothing further, Your Honor, just to say that this was an extraordinary night for Ms. Baker, and she tells me that she will be complying with these conditions with great celerity.
All right, Ms. Baker, I'm just saying Uber is cheaper than all of this you're about to go through. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is the probation expert, and she's going to make sure she has your intake information. She's also going to give you any answer any questions that you might have so that we can make sure you successfully complete your probation. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Baker, once you've spoken to Mrs. Thomas, you don't have to come back to the main room. You just have to make sure you do what she's asking you to do, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Breakout room number 6. Okay, the next person on the calendar is Tyre Johnson. Mr. Johnson, raise your right hand for me. Oh, I got to see you, Mr. Johnson. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Tyre Shamir Johnson, 2021 CR 03990. You're before the court for simple battery, family violence, and criminal trespass. You're entering a plea of guilty under first offender statute to counts 1 and 4. Counts 2 and 3 will merge. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On October 15th, 2020, the police were called to the home for domestic disturbance. The victim alleged that he broke down her door and hit her, and Mr. Johnson admitted to striking her in the face. That concludes the facts. The state recommends 12-month probation, $500 fine, 40 hours of community service, family violence intervention program, and nonviolent harassing contact with the victim for count 1. And count 4
what's the victim's name?
Her name is Tyarah, Tyairah Johnson.
Okay.
And count 4 is concurrent with count 1. And if there's any restitution for breaking down the door.
Okay. So it's 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Restitution to be determined?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm sorry, also in 20 hours of community service.
All right. All right. So Mr. Johnson, anything on behalf of Mr. Johnson, Mr. Taylor?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. Johnson, there is no relationship in the world that's made better by violence. If this is not the person you're supposed to be with, then walk away, sir. Or if you want to have a successful relationship and y'all don't know how to communicate other than this way, then get counseling. Okay? We're clear?
Yes, Your Honor. It's never.
Who is it? Is it your sister?
Yes, it's my twin sister, Your Honor.
Oh, Lord, I'm sorry. Well, still, you and your twin sister gonna have to learn how to deal with each other without there being violence. If y'all can't stand each other to that extent, then don't be around each other. We're clear?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So then and I suspect that's the only twin you're gonna have. So y'all might need to figure out how to go through life together. All right.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
this kind of foolishness. All right. So I'll accept your pleas under first offender. Count 1, it'll be 12 months probation, a $500 fine, $737.50 with the surcharges, 40 hours of community service, and a family violence intervention program class. You're to have no violent or harassing contact with Tyarah Johnson. And on count 4, 12 months probation, restitution to be determined, and 20 hours of community service. If there's no restitution asked for, or if you have proof that you've already paid it, then you don't have to worry about that, but we'll make sure of that before we close the sentence. All right, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything that you need to know to successfully complete probation. Failure to appear for your probation reports is the quickest way to get rearrested. So please make sure you appear. Even if you haven't done everything else, make sure you appear, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Thomas is currently speaking with Ms. Baker. So if you will just hold on a second, as soon as she's free, I'll put you in that breakout room, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and after you finish speaking with Mrs. Thomas, you do not have to come back to the main room, all right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Just hold on for a second. All right, Dejana Mason.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mason, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04068. You're represented by Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor has indicated you're entering a plea of guilty to theft by taking. By entering the plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Your Honor, on November the 13th, 2020, officers responded to 6459 Highway 42, Rex, Georgia, located here in Clayton County. When officers arrived on scene, they made contact with the complainant, which was later identified as the manager of that store. Officers learned during the course of their investigations that the manager observed the defendant before you, Ms. Mason, remove a large sum of money with her right hand from the cash drawer, transfer the money to her left hand and place it in her left pocket, and did not return it to the drawer. As the defendant was appeared to pick up her check, officers did question in which the defendant advised the manager that she was there because she had stolen money from the drawer. Understanding there was an amount of $900 taken from the drawer. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, is 12 months to serve 48 hours. She served that time in custody from November the 13th until November the 15th, 2020. Balance probated to pay restitution, 40 hours of community service, to stay away from the food depot at that location. Also take a theft prevention course, and the balance of probation suspend on the condition that she stays away. Also, Your Honor, it's my understanding that defense is requesting a restitution hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. We were requesting a restitution hearing because the accusation refers to $900 being taken, but the narrative includes both 900 and but the arrest warrant refers to $561. So we'd just like to get that exact number nailed down.
All right. All right, Ms. Val, do we have a restitution hearing date?
Put it on the 9th, that same day, just put it at 2.
November 9th at 2 p.m. Okay. All right, so Ms. Mason, I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 48 hours credit for time served. Balance will be probated so you can pay so that you can pay restitution in the amount to be determined on November 9th. 40 hours of community service. You're not to go back to Food Depot, and you're to take a theft prevention course. Ms. Mason, everybody got cameras now. I don't know why anybody thinks that you are such a good sleight of hand artist that they would miss seeing you take money. So I'm just not clear on why you would risk a good job to take money from the people who trusted you to handle money for them. And now that goes on your record and you're gonna have trouble getting another good job. But I guess you'll have to work that out. So I will see you on November 9th. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas after she speaks with Mr. Mrs. Thomas is going to speak with Mr. Johnson. After she speaks with Mr. Johnson, then I'll put you in the breakout room with her. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So Mr. Johnson, I'm putting you in the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, breakout room number 6. And Ms. Mason will hold until Ms. Thomas has time for Ms. Mason. All right, that concludes the 10 a.m. calendar, except for my understanding is Selvin Melendez is here with Nick Kasatkin. Are they back, Ms. Val? I don't see them, I'll hold. All right, so Ms. Jimenez Abreu, you're free to go. You'll be back here on November 9th unless you have successfully completed PTI, but you don't need to continue to hold. All right.
All right, thank you.
Huh?
Will I be receiving an email?
No, ma'am, you just go
Yes.
ahead and complete what you need to do and then get in touch with your attorney.
Yes, I will be in touch with you, Ms. Abreu, about, I'll
Okay.
send you the email and we'll talk later.
All right, thank you.
All
Have a
right.
good day. Bye.
Angelica Yakubu Bailey, Bailey Yakubu, and I'm sorry, Yakubu Angelica Bailey. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor, if I could have a breakout with the state regarding this case.
All right, so Mr. Taylor, this case has been on our calendar like 3 times at least. So we shouldn't still be having to have a breakout room with the state. All right, hold on. Reginald DeAnthony Jones.
Yes, Your Honor. This client is in the Fayette County Jail. I provided evidence of that to the state. I understand
right.
they want a bench
So the
warrant, but
Court will issue a bench warrant, no bond forfeiture. Cheryl Lynn Martin. Cheryl Lynn Martin. All right, Ms. Martin, I have you here for invalid registration, no tag, expired or invalid tag, and no insurance. The no insurance could possibly suspend your license, depending on whether you're NOLO eligible or not. So, ma'am, do you wish to represent yourself, or do you wish to have someone, an attorney, represent you?
And Your Honor,
Ms. Martin?
Your Honor,
I can't hear you, ma'am. Try and figure out what's going on with your audio. Yes, Ms. Ponder?
Your Honor, I believe that this case can be resolved. I've looked at her case and the state has taken into consideration that she in fact had insurance the following day. So I will take that into consideration. I would just like to inquire whether or not she has a valid registration. And if she does, the state will move to non-prosecution on it.
All right, Ms. Martin, did you get did you get your car registered? You don't have the car anymore? Okay, hold on. You're talking a lot, but I can't hear anything you're saying. So this is what I need you to do. Touch your screen and you'll see what looks like an old-fashioned microphone. Right next to it is a arrow pointing up. Touch that arrow and look at your audio choices.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. There you
Okay.
go. I'm getting
Sorry,
so much
this is my
better
first
than
time.
That's okay. So now Ms. Ponder has said that they verified that you got information, got insurance the next day, but she wants to find out if you have your car currently registered.
Well, I don't have that car anymore. That
Okay.
car was repossessed in July of 2020.
Do you have any car?
Yes, I do.
Is that car currently registered?
Yes, it is.
All right. Do you have your registration document, or can you show us your decal?
Well, in my house, I can run up to my car and grab the registration real quick.
Okay, if you would do that, then we'll hold on for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. All right. And Javier Martinez Ramirez. That's Mr. Kesser's case. Mr. Kesser usually comes into the courtroom. Is Mr. Kesser in the courtroom, Deputy?
Judge,
Yes.
a waiver of arraignment was filed on September
Oh.
6th on this case.
Okay, I've never seen Mr. Kesser file a waiver before. All right, I'll take that. And Timothy Leland McCandless. Timothy Leland McCandless.
Present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, come on up, Mr. McCandless. Sir, you're charged with no tag or expired or invalid tag. You can represent yourself, and I can have the state tell me what they would recommend in that case, or you can have an attorney to represent you. Which would you like, sir?
I'll represent myself.
Okay, are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Ms. Ponder, would you give me the recommendation for Mr. McCandless?
Your Honor, the state's recommendation is $100 fine. However, the state is willing to no process sole count of the expired tag or no tag if he can show proof that he in fact has it. Valid.
Mr. McCandless, do you have your tag?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go out and take a picture of it and come back?
No problem.
And Your Honor, I can meet him at the courtroom and review that and prepare
Okay.
that whole process.
You said what now, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I can take a picture.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just that audio is horrible. So it's not you, it's the audio. But I heard you. You're gonna go out and get a picture of your tag, and Ms. Ponder or the investigator are gonna come down and verify that for you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Quintavious Dion McMullen.
We sound for this defendant, Your Honor.
Quintavious Dion McMullen. Third call, Quintavious Dion McMullen. I don't see Mr. McMullen present on the video. He's not responding in the courtroom. The court is going to issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Thank you, Your Honor.
O'Neill Omar Miller. I see Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, you're not represented by an attorney. You can have representation or you can represent yourself. If you represent yourself, I'm going to ask the state to tell us what the recommendation would be and if you're NOLO eligible to avoid a suspension of your license if you've gotten it reinstated, okay?
I don't understand. You can speak back for me again.
All right. Do you wish to represent yourself or do you need an attorney to represent you?
I need to represent myself.
Okay, and are you over 21?
Yeah.
All right. And Ms. Ponder, can you tell me what the recommendation is for Mr. Miller?
Your Honor, the state's recommendation for Mr. Miller is a $500 fine. This appears to be his first lifetime, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. Miller, the $500 fine is statutory. That's what's written in the statute for first and five. Is he NOLO eligible, Ms. Ponder?
He is, Your Honor.
If you use a NOLO plea, that will keep your license from being further suspended. If you enter a guilty plea, then your license is going to be suspended even if you've gotten it reinstated recently. Do you understand, sir?
No, can you speak up or make I understand what you mean by it?
Okay, so she's offering the statutory recommendation. That's what's written in the statute. It's a $500 fine. The fine is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. And if you use your NOLO plea, the Department of Driver Services will not suspend your license. If you enter a guilty plea, you'll have to serve a license suspension before you can get your license back. Do you understand that?
A NOLO.
Okay. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give will be true?
Nothing but the truth.
Okay, you can put your hand down, sir. By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, to present evidence and testimony on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On October the 9th, 2020, officers observed a 2015 red Nissan Altima that was involved in the accident. When officers made contact with the defendant before you, Mr. O'Neill, it was in fact determined that he did not have a valid driver's license. He did not have a license at the time. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. The state's recommendations a $500 fine.
All right. Mr. Miller, I'm going to accept your plea of NOLO. I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $500. Do you need more than 30 days in which to pay that, sir? I can give you up to 60 days.
I'll take the 60 days because I'm in a little bit of jam because I just buy a house and I try to pay my mortgage at the time,
Okay, that's fine. 60 days is fine, sir. Do you have an email address, Mr. Miller?
I got an email on file now. I use my wife's email.
Okay, can you chat that to me or to Miss Brenda? I'm sorry. Do you know how to use the chat function?
Yeah, I do it.
Okay, So when you go on the chat function and when you see everyone, click on the blue everyone, and then a list of people will come down. I want you to send your email address to Brenda. Brenda is the first name you'll see, and then Castaneda, Brenda Castaneda. Can you do that for me?
Okay.
All right, and when that's done, let me know, and then you'll be free to go, okay? Just make sure you pay it within the 60 days or an arrest warrant may issue.
I don't want no arrest warrants. I gotta pay.
No, sir, thank you.
So I can go to the DMV now and get the license.
Yeah, it's this has been adjudicated with a NOLO, so that should be in the system. But you just make sure you pay the fines and fees by the 60th day. But yeah, it shouldn't affect you getting a license.
No, I gotta pay a fine at the DMV too.
No, I don't have anything to do with the DMV, what they do. I just know for here, this is the fine that we require. I don't know what status you are in with the DMV.
Okay.
All right.
But I want to ask you a question because the next one where they sent out the other day, they sent out a different one. Like a
DMV or the court?
Because I'm really confused about it because this case where they say the accident, I've been to court for this one already. So I got a court date set for the 20th.
Okay, this is for no license. Did you have a case with an accident?
Yes, and I attended court.
That's a separate case.
So this is a separate case from that one the other day.
Yeah, so no license. This was not an accident in this case. Ms. Ponder, am I correct? I didn't hear anything about an accident.
Because I've been to court for that one already.
Okay, so that sounds like you have two cases, one that had no license and one where.
And I paid that fine already for the one with accident.
Right, but this is not the accident. This is the no license.
This case did, if on 10/9/2020, it did involve an accident on Terra Boulevard at Riverdale Road.
Okay, so I'm not sure who you paid, sir. Because I don't.
Your Honor, he probably made bond because he was arrested on this case. He spent a couple of hours in custody. There may be some confusion with that, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Miller, I do see that you went through a bonding company and you had a bond, but that's not the fine being paid to the court, okay? That's just to make sure you show up for court. All right?
Okay.
All right, then. Thank you.
You didn't pay the money.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you paid that to a bonding company, that's different than us.
You paid to the court. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up.
All right. If you find that, then go to the state court clerk's office and then they'll help you get that straight, even if it means you have to come back to me, okay?
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you. Just bring whatever paperwork you have to the clerk's office.
Yeah, because I'm looking for a paper to look at it. Give me a minute.
Okay, well, sir, I got to move on to the other cases, but if you find that that's been cleared up, just bring it to the clerk's attention on a separate, like tomorrow, and then they'll get you on another calendar, okay?
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you. All right, so Timothy Miller, Joseph Henry is the attorney.
Good morning or afternoon, Your Honor. Joseph Henry here. Mr. Miller is on the call. Mr. Miller, can you turn on your video and audio, please?
All right, I see Mr. Miller.
And if I could just have a pretrial with the state on this, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Miller is before the court for no insurance, no tag, or expired or invalid tag, and marijuana 1 ounce or less. Mr. Mr. Henry, as soon as I get get through the calendar, then I'll set up a breakout room for you and one of the state's attorneys.
Wonderful.
Julian Munoz. Julian Munoz. Julian Munoz. Last call for Julian Munoz. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. George Frank Opijo.
Present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. George Opijo come up to the podium for me? Sir, you're charged with speeding 21 to 25 miles per hour over the limit. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
Myself.
Yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so could the state tell Mr. Opijo what the recommendation will be in this case? Ms. Mason, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. All right. What's the recommendation for Opijo from the state?
The state's recommendation is a $100 fine.
All right. Is Mr. Opijo NOLO eligible, just in case?
He is, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Opijo, your fine would be $100. That would be $151.50 with the surcharges. And you would also be able to use a NOLO plea. This is a moving violation that may assist you with the Department of Driver Services to not get points on your license. Did you wish to enter a plea of NOLO or guilty, or do you wish to go to trial?
No.
NOLO? All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Opijo, you're over the age of 21?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you wish to represent yourself?
Yes,
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the court, but I would like to make the court aware that he has an active bench warrant out of Judge Cowan's courtroom.
For whose courtroom?
Judge Cowan's courtroom. He missed arraignment.
All right, is that for a different case, or is it that for this?
Yes, Your Honor, it's for a different case. The case that he's in on today is a citation TK case.
Okay.
But he missed court. And
all right.
Judge Cowan signed a bench warrant about torture.
So this, Mr. Opijo, you have a bench warrant in Judge Cowan's case. What I'm going to suggest to you is that you go to the clerk's office after you leave my court and tell them that you're here, you missed court in Judge Cowan's office or Judge Cowan's courtroom, and see if they can clear that up for you today so you don't leave the courthouse with a bench warrant. I cannot remove another judge's bench warrant. That's up to Judge Cowan. So,
Your Honor, just for the record, the state will ask that he's placed in custody considering he has an active bench warrant, so that he will not flee from the courthouse knowing that he's wanted at this time.
Okay, what's the charge, Ms. Ponder?
I can just have one moment.
What case is that?
Your Honor, so he has two separate cases that he's wanted on where he failed to appear, two separate dates. The first case is no insurance, tag in 30 days. The second case is no insurance, invalid registration, expired tag. So they're two different court dates.
Okay, so Mr. Opijo, I'm going to go ahead and accept your NOLO plea on our case and sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $100. The $100 fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. I'll give you 60 days in which to pay. Since you have the bench warrant, even if you could walk down and pay it now, because I'm going to allow them to take you into custody and see if we can't get this worked out. But I'm going to send an email to Judge Cowan and let her know that you are here so that she can check on that and see if she wishes to remove the bench warrant or to work that out at any point. You
And Your
understand?
Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I will also send an email to our calendar clerk so that he's placed on our jail calendar if Judge Cowan happens not to recall or sign on that, but I will send an email to the calendar clerk.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I announce on Selvin Melendez, we had that matter on for 10 a.m. I finally got him here in court.
Sure, if you would give me a moment.
Of course.
I see you. I know you're here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
All right. All right. So I sent that information to Judge Cowan for Mr. Opijo. So, all right. Juan Martinez Rivers. Juan Martinez Rivers.
I'm in the courtroom.
All right. Last call, Juan Martinez Rivers, bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Courtroom. The officer stepped back.
Oh, no, he's here. I'm sorry, Mr. Rivers.
No.
You're before the court for seatbelt violation and marijuana 1 ounce or less. Did you wish to represent yourself or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
I represent myself.
All right. Are you over 21?
I'm not.
All right. Can we have a recommendation for Mr. Rivers, please?
Yes, Your Honor, the state's recommendation for Mr. Rivers' case, the state is moving to no across the possession of marijuana. The state's recommendation for the seatbelt is a $15 fine.
All right, so Mr. Rivers, the fine would be $15, 15. There's no surcharges with that, so it would just be $15. Do you wish to enter a plea and pay that today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so a plea of guilty or a plea of nolo. Guilty would resolve this. Nolo, you probably want to save that in case you have a situation where you want to avoid points on your license.
My license already suspended. I have to go get it.
All right, sir, work that out. All right, so Mr. Rivers, raise your right hand for me. You give, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give will be true?
No.
All right, you're before the court on 2021 CR 04099 for seatbelt violation and marijuana 1 ounce or less. You're entering a plea of guilty to count 1. Count 2 will be no pros. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things? All right. I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to the seatbelt violation. Do you stipulate to the facts of this case or do you want to have them read?
I understand.
All right. So the fine is $15. Do you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
Today.
All right. So Mr. Rivers, I'm going to ask you to go downstairs right below where you are. On the second floor, when you come back in through the double doors, go to your left. When you go to your left, you'll see the traffic court window. They'll take your payment and they'll give you your information, okay? All right, thank you, Mr. Rivers. Don't leave the building without paying and getting your paperwork, all right? Thank you. All right, Randy Trey Siplin. Randy Trey Siplin. Randy Siplin, third call. Bench warrant, bond for bench warrant. Nakia Therese Stevens. Nakia Therese Stevens. Nakia Therese Stevens, third call. Bench warrant. And Brayon Sweeting.
Present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sweeting, come on up. Mr. Sweeting, you're charged with no tag or expired or invalid tag and marijuana 1 ounce or less. Do you wish to represent yourself or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
I'll represent myself.
Are you over 21, sir? I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so recommendation for Mr. Sweeting.
Yes, Your Honor, the state's recommendations move to dismiss the possession of marijuana upon a nolo or guilty plea to the no tag. The state's recommendations a $100 fine.
All right, so Mr. Sweeting, the fine, the $100 fine for no tag or expired or tag would be $151.50. If you wish to pay that today, that's fine. If not, I can give you 30 days to pay. Do you wish to enter a plea to no tag or expired or invalid tag?
If I brought proof, can I show proof or not?
Do you have proof of having a tag on that date?
No, I didn't have suspended registration. I had a tag, I just didn't have registration.
Okay, I'm not sure, Ms. Ponder, it's up to you.
Yes, Your Honor, if he can show proof, in fact, that he has a valid tag.
Okay, sir, what do you have to show?
Can you show this one?
Okay, so if you just hold on a second, the investigator from the solicitor's office or one of the attorneys will come down and look at that, and then they'll make an announcement for me. Okay, just have a seat.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Katsakin. You're before the court with your attorney, Mr. Selvin Melendez. Mr. Melendez, where's Mr.
It's the other way around. I'm the attorney. Nick Kasatkin's the attorney and Selvin Melendez is the client.
All right, you're before the court with your client, Mr. Selvin Melendez. Where's Mr. Melendez?
Mr. Melendez, can you wave or he doesn't speak any English, actually. That's we need a Spanish interpreter for this one.
Ms. Bermudez, can you call out for Mr. Melendez?
Yes, ma'am. Señor Melendez?
Sí.
Okay, I see where he is.
¿Podría usted encender la cámara?
Okay. Así tropa.
Perfect.
All right, Mr. Katsakin, what is your announcement for improper lane change, leaving the scene, or no license on behalf of your client?
I believe we're pretty close to working it out. I actually spoke with the state the last time I was there, and we have an offer on the table. It just depends on Mr. Melendez having a license at this time. So I have to confirm that he actually, in fact, went and got his license.
All right. Did you wish to have a breakout room for that, or do you need to do it now?
For now, I guess we can announce not guilty waive formal arraignment.
All right. So you're going on a trial calendar?
Yeah, and I'll get with the state about if he's got his license or not, because if he doesn't, it is what it is.
All right, so Ms. Bermudez, Mr. Melendez, your attorney has announced that he's entering a not guilty plea.
Señor Meléndez, su abogado ha anunciado que él está sometiendo una declaración de no culpable.
You are going to verify with your attorney the information that he needs for the state.
Usted tiene que verificar con su abogado cuál es la información que él necesita para el Estado.
If you have that information, it may resolve the case.
Si usted tiene esa información, Eso podría solucionar el caso.
If not, your attorney, you need to keep in touch with your attorney and prepare for trial.
De lo contrario, usted tiene que mantenerse en contacto con su abogado y prepararse para ir a juicio.
Please follow up with your attorney after this court meeting.
Por favor, comuníquese con su abogado después de esta audiencia.
Okay.
All right. All right. Mr. Keskin, you and your client are free to go at this time.
And Your Honor, there was a bench warrant and bond forfeiture issued.
Bench warrant and bond forfeiture will be recalled.
Thank you, Your Honor. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Señor Meléndez, usted puede retirarse la orden de arresto anterior y el hecho de que le iban a incautar su fianza se ha dejado sin efecto.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Okay.
All right. So Mr. Taylor, for Ms. Bailey, you need a breakout room with the state. Mr. Jones, did you also need a breakout room with Mr. Henry, did you also need a breakout room with the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so moving Ms. Ponder to breakout room number 1 with Mr. Taylor. Mr. Henry, your case is, one second.
It is Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller, that's also Ms. Ponder, I think. So as soon as Ms. Ponder comes out of the breakout room with Mr. Taylor, I'll put you in a breakout room with her. And then I don't see any other outstanding cases except for Sweeting. He was going to provide verification, and McCandless, Mr. McCandless was also going to provide verification. Is Mr. McCandless back from his car?
Hey, Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to provide the court with an update. Our investigator was able to confirm with Ms. Martin that it's in fact valid. The state is preparing to no pros her case.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
Cheryl Martin, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. So Ms. Martin's case will be no pros per the confirmation with the state.
Also, the state was able to confirm Mr. Sweeting. So the state is preparing a no pros in that case as well, Your Honor. As my understanding, he is in court.
All right, Mr. Sweeting, your case will be no pros. The court will sign off on that as soon as I get that paperwork. You are free to go at this time, sir. Thank you. And Mr. McCandless was the last one.
Hey, Your Honor, I wasn't sure if he was able to confirm. 1 second, let me see. Right, Your Honor. We will just need a brief moment for my investigator to go to the courtroom once we're able to confirm that information. However, the state has prepared a no pros in anticipation that his information is valid.
All right. All right, so Mr. McCandless, if you just hold on, they're going to come and verify your information, sir. And as soon as they do, the court will be able to make the determination of a no pros. Ms. Bailey, Mr. Taylor is in the breakout room with Ms. Ponder, breakout room number 1, and Mr. Henry for your client, Mr. Miller. As soon as Mr. Taylor and Ms. Ponder are finished speaking, then I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. Ponder, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
That, I think, would conclude the rest of the cases on the 11 o'clock calendar. Thank you all for your patience. Just hold on a second, okay? Ms. Martin, your case has been dismissed. You're free to go at this time, okay? I'm going to sign off on that this afternoon, all right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I believe I need to be in breakout room 1 for Bailey.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll put you in there.
Thank you.
Hey, Your Honor, I think I'm supposed to be in a breakout room with Mr. Henry.
Oh, okay.
Miller's
So
case.
I'm going to move Ms. Janvier. I'm sorry. Y'all know I don't get these things right all the time. I'm going to move Ms. Janvier into breakout room number 1. I'm going to move Ms. Ponder into breakout room number 3. I'm going to move Mr. Henry into breakout room number 3. And ooh, then I'm gonna apply for a job as an operator. There we go. All right, I think I got it right now. Ms. Janvier, you should be able to go in. There we go.
You'll be good at that.
I'm working these phones. I'm working this board. All right, so Ms. Bermudez, I don't think we have anybody else for you to talk to at this time. We will see you back here at the 1 o'clock calendar, even though that's not a lot of time. We'll see you back here then, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I do have an update on Mr. McCandless' case.
Yes, ma'am. What's up, Ms. Ponder?
The information came back valid, so the state is preparing a no pros, and I've already sent a no pros to the court on Ms. Martin and Mr. Sweeting, and I'll prepare one for Ms. McCandless.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. McCandless, that has come back, and your case will be no prost, okay? Thank you.
Has Mr. Taylor came back yet? Okay.
Mr. Taylor's not back yet.
So then
Thank you.
Friday, Monday night. I didn't hear you, ma'am.
The room block is at the, or sorry, not Holiday Inn.
Hi, Mr. Taylor is still speaking with the state's attorney on your case, Ms. Bailey.
I apologize, Judge. I didn't hear what you said, ma'am.
Mr. Taylor is still speaking about your case. He'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ponder, Mr. Henry, do you all have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have a negotiated plea in the case. My client is just obtaining some documentation that the state has requested, and we should have that momentarily.
Okay, let me know.
I will.
All right, are we ready to move forward? Mr. Henry, Ms. Ponder, are we ready?
Your Honor, my client's insurance agent is pulling his documents now and will be forwarding to him and on to Ms. Ponder in just a moment. He just updated me that he is live, and that's why it had booted him from the Zoom call on his phone right now, but he'll be back here in just a moment.
Okay, we're also waiting on Bailey. Mr. Taylor and Ms. Janvier are still in the breakout room. For those of you who are coming in for the 1 o'clock calendar, we're probably going to take a little break before we start, but we'll get started about 1:05. So if you all want to mute your devices, just be back on by 1:05.
Your Honor, just before the break, I have a quick question.
All right, what's your question, Ms. Ponder?
Your Honor, I was asking if I can be excused. I will give the files to Mr. Taylor. He's handling the 1 o'clock calendar, and also I've gave him the notes on Mr. Miller's case.
All right, that's fine. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Val, somebody keeps trying to, McCandless was dismissed. Ms. Val, that was no problem, Ms. Heath-Fortson. Somebody keeps trying to fax something to our office, but they're sending it to my line. So if you know of somebody who's trying to fax something, if you could kind of intercept that for me. Thank you.
We don't even do fax no more, so I
don't understand, but every time I pick it up, I get that fax ding. So.
Okay, I'll get them to check it out for you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You and Mr. Taylor have y'all reached a conclusion on Ms. Bailey's case?
Oh, yeah, I apologize. I was trying to get confirmation on the total amount of hours for Ms. Taylor or for Ms. Bailey, but I had not gotten that. I was trying to track it down.
I mean, how many hours she was in jail?
No, Your Honor. For her PTI, she was supposed to have completed a set number of hours, and I don't have the exact number. I know she's
Okay.
yeah.
All right. All right, Mr. Henry and Miss Jean-Pierre, are we ready? Mr. Henry, Mr. Taylor, are we ready on your cases?
Not quite yet, Your Honor. It is still in the way. I'm not sure if it's a function of
All
their
right.
email or our email, but we'll just wait patiently.
Okay, so the court's going to be back at 1:10 and we'll handle any of those cases at that time.
Thank you.
All right, the last two cases from the 11 o'clock calendar, Miller and Bailey, do we have announcements on those? Are we ready to proceed?
I am about to send it over to Mr. Taylor right now. I just got it 1 second ago.
Okay, and Mr. Taylor on Bailey.
There's been a lack of clarity about the PCHI, how much time she had to complete.
All right, so I'm going to continue Bailey to November 9th. Y'all work that out. When you figure it out, let me know. All right, Bailey, you can go at this time. Please keep in touch with your attorney.
And Mr. Taylor, I sent you the auto insurance confirmation of his dates of coverage here in the chat feature, if it'd be easy to pull it up for you.
All right.
I see that, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
I was going to say I was confirming Mr. Henry's proof of auto insurance, and based on that proof, the state will no pros the no insurance. Understand that Mr. Miller, the defendant, is entering a plea to no tag for a $100 fine. Is that correct?
I did not get to tell him the 100. He had accepted 200, but I don't think he'll have any objection to.
The insurance would have been 200. The tag is 100.
All right, Mr. Miller, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04072 for no insurance, no tag or expired or invalid tag, and marijuana 1 ounce or less. Counts 1 and 3 have been no pros. You're entering a plea of guilty to count 2. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis recommendation. Well, I have the recommendation, factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. One moment, please. On May 21st of 2020, officers conducted a traffic stop with a defendant at the location 1500 Morrow Road in Morrow, Georgia. And at that time, they observed that the defendant's car had an expired tag.
All right. All right, the fine is $100. Mr. Miller, that's going to be $151.50. Because you're not at the courthouse, I generally give 30 days in which to pay. Do you need more than 30 days?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can send your email address to Miss Brenda Castaneda. If you go to the chat function, when you click on it, you'll see a name in blue. That should be everyone. When you click on the blue name, of pull down menu will come down and you'll see Brenda Castaneda. Send her your email address. Make sure you check it twice to make sure she gets the correct one. She's going to email you the information, and you can pay online or by phone if you do not wish to come back to the courthouse, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Once you have that email done, then you'll be free to go at this time.
Mr. Miller, are you able to see her email on your phone over there?
When I go to participants, I sent her a direct message, but no, I'm not able to see her email. It shows her actual name.
Or I just meant
Okay.
her so that you can send her your email.
Yes,
Yeah, he sent it to her. You sent it, Mr. Miller, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go at this time.
Thank you,
Mr.
Judge.
Henry, you're free to go. Thank you.
Y'all
All
wonderful.
right, this is the 1 p.m. calendar. For ladies and gentlemen who are here for the 1 p.m. calendar, you have the right to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or nolo. Everyone has the right to have an attorney represent them. If you do not wish to have an attorney represent you, then I'll allow you to speak directly with the state and hear their recommendation. If you wish to go to trial without an attorney, I do have to caution you that I can't make any I cannot make any adjustments because you are not an attorney. I have to treat you just as I would someone who knows the rules of evidence and procedure. But if you wish to go to trial, you enter a plea of not guilty. Your trial will take place at a later date. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the right to remain silent and not offer any testimony and evidence against yourself. So that all you really have to do is show up and be present for the trial. But if you wish to enter any evidence and testimony on your behalf, you may do that. If you wish to argue any points of the argument, you challenge any points of the arguments made by the state, you may do that also. If you were convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you felt like you were convicted by mistake, that there was a mistake in the conviction, you can appeal that within 30 days of the court's verdict. These are the rights that come with going to trial. If you wish to enter a plea of guilty or nolo, that we will resolve your case today and enter the sentence that you or your attorney will have spoken to the state about. By entering a plea of guilty, it means that you feel like you are guilty of the underlying offense. Even if you don't agree with every aspect of the factual basis. If you enter a plea of no contest or nolo, that means that you understand the state has evidence that they could use against you at trial. And if they were to use that evidence, and a conviction could occur. Because of that, you do not wish to contest the case against you, but you do wish to resolve it. So that is a no contest plea. A no contest plea can assist you in certain cases, particularly with traffic offenses, because it could help you avoid points on your license or the penalty of a suspension of your license. But the state will tell you if you're eligible to use a nolo plea based on your driving history and the offense. And we'll do that on a case-by-case basis. If you're under 21, it is easier to get points against your license that may result in a suspension of your license. So please be mindful of that. And a nolo plea may not work the same way for you. If you have a commercial driver's license and your livelihood, the way you make money and support yourself and your family depends on your commercial driver's license, even if the citation is against your personal driver's license, it may, a plea of guilty or nolo or a conviction at trial may affect your commercial driver's license negatively. So you want to do your research and find out what would happen to it if you entered a plea or if you were convicted at trial. If you wish to have more time in that case, you can enter a plea of not guilty. And while you're preparing for trial, you can also figure out what might happen with your license. All right, I'm going to call the calendar. And when I do, if you're represented by an attorney, I'm going to expect your attorney to speak on your behalf, but I do need to know that you are here. And if you're not represented by an attorney, if you wish to represent yourself, then we'll proceed from that. All right. Desiree Lachey Alexander. I see Miss Alexander is present by video. Whose case is that?
Miss Alexander would like to enter a not guilty plea.
All right, Miss Alexander, you're entering a plea of not guilty. Let me see your face, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Miss Alexander, you were given bond conditions from the magistrate court. If you do not have that paperwork, I suggest you go to the magistrate court clerk and ask for a copy of it, but it would have included the name of some people that you're supposed to stay away from and possibly an address. Please make sure that you adhere to those bond conditions. If you violate them, then you could possibly have your bond revoked and you could come back to jail until your trial or your case is resolved. Or you could be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If the person in that bond condition contacts you, you're to keep a record of it and make sure you contact your attorney and let them know. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're not to respond to that person. Okay, you understand?
Yes.
All right, we take these things very seriously, so make sure you don't mess up on that. And we will see you back here in whenever your trial date is, or if you and your attorney come to a conclusion that you wish to accept an offer of the state, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go at this time. And Angelicia Monet Dura.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm representing, and Miss Angelicia is on the Zoom call. She was, Your Honor, I'm requesting for a continuance. She was enrolled into the PTI program and she has 40 hours of community service pending. So she may be given one chance to complete.
All right, any objection from the state?
No objection, Your Honor. I've already
All
spoken
right.
with Mr. Kamani.
Thank you. Ms. Dura will continue your case until November 9th at 1 p.m. If you have not completed your PTI by that time, please show up and then we'll resolve your case either through a plea or a trial. But please make sure that you do not waste the time that the court is giving you and that you complete everything you're supposed to do by November 9th. Do you understand, Ms. Dura?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. You're free to go at this time. Nicole Louise Farrell.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm representing Miss Nicole. I think she's on the Zoom call under the name Nicole.
Yes.
All right, ma'am. Do you know how to put your full name on the screen? Miss Nicole, let me see.
Sorry, I wasn't sure how to put it on there.
Is that it?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Kamani, announcements on Ms. Farrell?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, she's going to plead guilty to count 1 and count 2 will be no prost.
All right. Will you, Ms. Farrell, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I swear.
All right. You can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04165 for Nicole Louise Farrell. You're charged with simple battery, family violence, and simple battery. You're entering a plea of guilty to simple battery, family violence, count 1. Count 2 will be no pros. Your attorney, Mr. Kamani, is with you here on the Zoom call. By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
I do.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
On October 27th of 2020, officers responded to a domestic disturbance at 5243 Joan of Arc Place, College Park, Georgia. This is in Clayton County. So a domestic disturbance between Travis Mack and the defendant. Officers spoke to the defendant. The defendant instructed or informed officers that she struck Mr. Mack with an open hand twice. And she also threw a shoe at him, hitting the victim, Mr. Mack. The defendant and the victim both lived in the same residence and contributed to the household. Therefore, the police charged her under the family violence portion of the Battery Act. The recommendation is 12 months probation in an anger management class, 40 hours of community service, $100 fine, and no contact with the victim.
All right, who's Mr. Mack?
My sister's children's father.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Kamani?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to count 1. Count 2 will be no pros. I'll send you to 12 months probation to take an anger management class, 40 hours of community service, and a $100 fine. The $100 fine is going to be $151.50. You're to have no contact with Travis Mack. And ma'am, have you moved away from that location?
I have.
Do you have any thing there that you need to get after this date? Okay. All right. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. She's the probation expert. She's going to do your intake, and she's going to explain everything that you need to know about probation so that you can successfully complete it. I will tell you the quickest way to get rearrested is to not attend your probation reports. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. So I'm going to put you in breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas. Once you're finished speaking with her, you do not have to come back to the main room. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. William Hollingsworth.
Hey, Your Honor, before you continue on, we have an update from the courtroom for you. So,
all right, go ahead.
Mr. Hutcherson, Jawan, and Tavius, he's been taken into custody for 2 active warrants and will not be in court today.
Okay, he'll be on the next jail calendar.
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, whoever's representing Mr. Hutchinson, he's been taken into custody for active warrants. All right, William Hollingsworth. William Hollingsworth. Anything from the state on Hollingsworth?
Yes, Your Honor, state request bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture granted. Jawan Hutchinson has been taken into custody. He'll be moved to the jail calendar. Alexandria Elaine Johnson.
Your Honor, Ms. Johnson is on the Zoom call.
All
and
right.
She wishes to enter into a not guilty plea today.
All right, Miss Johnson, let me see you. So, Ms. Johnson, you have a criminal trespass case. You may have bond conditions from the magistrate court. If you do, please make sure that you read those carefully and you adhere to those bond conditions. If it tells you not to go back to a certain place or not to have contact with a certain individual, please understand that if you do violate the bond conditions, you could be rearrested and spend the remainder of your time until your case is resolved in jail. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Keep in touch with your attorneys. If anything changes about your contact information, let them know and they will let you know how to update the court. All right. You're free to go at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Olanisha Shealy.
Yes, Your Honor, she's on the Zoom call.
All right, Ms. Shealy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what's the announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, she's going to plead nolo to.
All right, Ms. Shealy, let me see you. All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? Okay, Ms. Shealy, unmute your phone.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. You can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04151 for Olanisha Shealy. You're represented by Mr. Kamani, who's here with you on the call. And you're entering a plea of nolo to obstruction of an officer. By entering the plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor, on November 23rd, 2020, during a pre-approved safety check, Ms. Olanisha was attempted to she stepped into the street, she stepped into the scene of a roadway and was advised to leave, but she did not. She was asked 3 times and she refused to step off of the roadway. And at that time she was taken into custody. The state recommended the obstruction $300 fine.
All right. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kamani.
Your Honor, she requires 60 days to pay those fines.
All right, so Miss Shealy, I'm not sure what you thought was gonna happen, but it probably wasn't a good idea. If you were gonna serve as a witness, it's better to fight those things when you get to court as opposed to at the scene, because generally nothing gets better at the scene, okay? All right, so the fine is $300. I'm gonna give you 60 days in which to pay. So Miss Shealy, Mr. Kamani, do you have Miss Shealy's email address, or does she need to send it to Miss Brenda?
I have it, Your Honor.
Okay, so Miss Shealy, Mr. Kamani is going to send your email address to Miss Brenda. Miss Brenda is going to send you out your sentencing sheet that'll tell you the day by which it has to be paid. Make sure you pay your fines and fees on or before the 60th day, or an arrest warrant can issue. The $300 fine is going to be $444 with the surcharges. Did you have any other questions? All right, you're free to go at this time. Just remember, check your email for your sentencing sheet, and you can also pay online or by phone. That information should be in the email that you get, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Aisha Renee Shingles.
Your Honor, I wasn't being able to get in touch with Shingles.
Okay, Aisha Renee Shingles. Third call, Aisha Renee Shingles. All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture for Miss Shingles.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Catherine Souley Mulgrave. Catherine Souley Mulgrave. Third call, Catherine Souley Mulgrave.
Pardon, Your Honor.
Okay, Miss Mulgrave, Miss Souley Mulgrave, you're charged with no license and speeding in a highway zone. I think that's a highway construction zone. So ma'am, the no license fines and fees are statutory, but it also, if you do not have a NOLO available to you, it could suspend your license if you've gotten it reinstated. Do you wish to represent yourself, or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Represent myself.
Okay, are you over 21?
Yes.
All right. Recommendation, please, for Ms. Souley Mulgrave.
Yes, Your Honor, the $500 fine. She is NOLO eligible for the no driver's license, and then the speeding fine, $100 for 67 and a 45.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So the fine for the first offense, no license, would be $500. You are, which would be $737.50 with the surcharges. You're NOLO eligible, which means that you can avoid having points on your license or a suspension of your license because of that offense. Also, the speeding is a $100 fine, which will be $151.50 with the surcharges. Do you wish to enter a plea of NOLO to these offenses, or do you wish to go to trial?
No.
Okay, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04108 for no license and speeding in a highway zone, in a highway construction zone. You're entering a plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 2. By entering the plea of NOLO, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things, ma'am?
I do.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 27th, 2020, Ms. Schulemeyer was observed. She was observed in a vehicle traveling over traveling over the posted 45-mile-per-hour work zone. It was checked the laser that read 67 miles per hour. When stopped, she was asked if she had a driver's license. No driver's license was found in the GCIC, but that she did attempt to pass off a fake international driver license. At that time, she was taken into custody. And of course, the state is recommending for the no driver's license, $500, and for the speeding, 67 and 45, the $1 fine.
All right. Miss Sule Mulgrave. So, ma'am, you dodged a bullet because you could have been charged with forgery, and it may have even been felony forgery. I used to be real familiar with the code section. I'm less so now because I haven't had one of those in a while. But by it trying to produce another type of document to claim that it had legitimacy as a license, you almost probably ended up with a felony. You understand?
Yes.
All right, so let's try not to do that again. I'll accept your plea of no load to count 1, and count 2, I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $500 on count 1, which is going to be $737.50. $100 fine on count 2, which is going to be $150. I can give you up to 60 days in which to pay without putting you on probation, but I can also give you 12 months to pay by putting you on probation, pay only probation. The only 2 requirements are that you pay and that you show up for your probation reports. Once you have paid all of the fines and fees, then your probation will terminate, whether it's the 1st month, the 10th month, or the 12th month. Do you understand? All right, so do you need more than the 60 days?
No, ma'am.
All right, so if you do not pay by the end of the 60 days, an arrest warrant may issue. I just want you to know that. Okay, so you can go down to the 2nd floor, right below where you are now. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left. You're going to pick up your paperwork, and you're going to also ask them about the ability to pay online or by phone. That'll be at the state court traffic window, okay? That's on the 2nd floor. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left, okay?
Thank you.
All right, make sure you do that now and don't leave the building without your paperwork. All right, thank you. LaRon Devon Thompson.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to get in touch.
LaRon Devon Thompson.
He's here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thompson. So, Mr. Thompson, you're represented by Mr. Kamani. Mr. Kamani, do you need an opportunity to speak with Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Thompson, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Kamani. Just have a seat. Well, just hold on a second. Let me call this last case. Vincent Turnbull, that's that's Attorney Mike Hawkins' case. He's entered a waiver, so that'll be on the trial calendar. And Teron Lamar Wright. Mr. Teron Lamar Wright. Does anybody see? Okay, so Mr. Thompson, just hold on a second. I'll set up a breakout room for you. Mr. Wright, you're before the court on driving on a suspended or revoked license, improper lane change, and improper display of tag. At least one of those could result in a further suspension of your license if you are not NOLO eligible. And sir, do you wish to represent yourself or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Oh, myself.
All right. Are you over 21? Are you over 21, sir?
Yeah.
All right. What is the recommendation of the state in this case?
On the count for the road driver's license, $500, improper lane change. We're willing to no process. Improper display of tag, no process as well.
Okay. And is he NOLO eligible?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Wright, you are eligible to enter a NOLO plea that will help you to avoid a further suspension of your license. You can only use your NOLO once every 5 years. And the fine is statutory. That's what's written in the code. $500 fine, which with the surcharges is $737.50. I also have to let you know that that's a first in 5 years fine and recommendation. Subsequently, the fine goes up. So if you get a second one within 5 years, it's a fine of $1,000. Third one in 5 years is going to be a mandatory 10 days in jail and $1,500. And a fourth one is going to be a felony. So that'll go up to Superior Court. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, so raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you before the court on 2021 CR 04161 for driving on a suspended or revoked license, improper lane change, and improper display of tag. Count 1, you're entering a plea of nolo. Counts 2 and 3 will be no pros. By entering the plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial. You can put your hand on, I'm sorry. You give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes.
All right, factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor, on July 23rd, 2020, he was observed by the officer on Highway 314 in Norman Drive with the green Dodge Challenger and the tag. The tag frame was covering the registration sticker. Additionally, once he was stopped and requested a license, his term of license was suspended and he was taken into custody. The state has recommended the $500 fee for the driving with the suspended license and will no process improper lane change and improper display of tag.
All right, Mr. Wright, I can give you up to 60 days in which to pay the fines and fees. However, it's going to be $737.50. If you need additional time, I can put you on 12 months pay only probation, sir. Which would you prefer?
60 days, fine.
All right, so please make sure you pay on or before the 60th day. I usually say make sure you pay before it in case there's a glitch or something happens. So what I'm going to ask you to do is go downstairs to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors, you're going to go to your left. You're going to go to the state court traffic window. At the traffic window, they're going to give you your paperwork and they'll answer any questions that you might have. And also, if you wish to pay online or by phone, they'll give you that information also, okay? All right, don't leave the building without your paperwork, okay? All right, you're excused to head down to the second floor. Mr. Thompson and Mr. Kamani, you're in breakout room number 2. I believe.
Your Honor. Oh,
Yes?
okay. I had a question. I got it. Can you,
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, so y'all are in breakout room number 2. So the courtroom and Mr. Kamani are in breakout room number 2. When they return, we'll finish that case. All right, is the courtroom back from the breakout room? Are we waiting for Mr. Kamani to come back?
Yeah, Judge, he decided to call him on the phone, so he stepped outside.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for the attorney to come back from speaking to a client on one of our previous cases. But if you're coming in for the 2 o'clock calendar, please make sure that you put your first and last name on the screen. iPhone or any nicknames or anything are not going to help us help you. So please make sure you put your first and last name on the screen. Also, please make sure that you mute your device until we call your name. Thank you.
Phone is muted. I don't see my name.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani.
can I have a breakout room with Miss Janier?
Yes, Mr. Kamani.
Yeah.
1 second. All right, so Mr. Kamani, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1. That's where Miss John VA is, breakout room number 1.
Excuse me, I'm trying to put my name on here.
What's your name, sir?
Michael Thompson.
Okay.
I don't see my name.
Oh, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
I have an announcement for Laren Thompson.
Okay.
He's going to plead nolo to counts 1, 3, and 4, and count 2 will be no pros.
He's pleading nolo.
Yes, Your Honor. To counts 1, 3, and 4.
Okay. All right, Mr. Thompson, come to the podium. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. You're before the court on counts 1, 3, and 4, driving on a suspended license, obstructing an officer, and failure to have headlights. You're entering a nolo plea. The no license charge, count 2, will be no pros. By entering a plea of nolo to these offenses, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. Give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. If you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Mm.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
On February 1st, 2020, during a road stop, traffic stop, Mr. Thompson was stopped and his ID revealed that he had a suspended license and the vehicle was impounded. The state is recommending $500 for driving with suspended license, 12 months serve with the balance suspended. We are no processing count.
I'm sorry?
No process for count 2, the no driver's license.
Okay.
For obstruction, $300 and no headlights, $85.
All right. So let me understand. So the 12 months to serve 2 days credit for time served, the balance will be probated for them to pay the $500 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And the fine in the amount of $300 on count 3 and a fine in the amount of $85 on count 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Thompson?
Your Honor, he'll be on pay only probation, right? Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Thompson, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to counts 1, 3, and 4. Count 2 will be no pros. I'll send you to 12 months to serve 2 days credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to pay a fine in the amount of $500. It'll be $737.50 with the surcharges. On count 3, it's a $300 fine. That'll be $444 with the surcharges, and then the $85 fine, I am not sure what the surcharges will be, but it's going to be in the maybe $125 range. So I will run counts 4 and count 3 concurrent with count 1, and you'll be on 12 months pay only probation. The only requirements are that you pay your fines and fees and that you report for probation. Failure to report is the quickest way to get rearrested. So Mr. Thompson, did you have any questions before I let you speak with our probation expert?
No, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything that you need to know about probation. Once you're finished speaking with Mrs. Thomas, you are free to go at that time. Just make sure that you take care of your obligations to the court. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So breakout room, the courtroom can go into breakout room number 6. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here for the 2 p.m. calendar, Please understand that we're resolving the last case on the 1 p.m. calendar. So let's give us a few minutes so that we can get the courtroom back out of the breakout room. And I'm going to call the calendar. I'll make an announcement first, and then I'm going to call the calendar, and then we'll handle your case. Okay. So just mute your devices, and we'll be right back in a few minutes.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Thomas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're here before the court for arraignment. This is the September 29th calendar, 2 p.m. Everyone's entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you do not have an attorney, one will be appointed to you if you request one. You have the right to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or no contest, which is also NOLO. If you enter a plea of not guilty, you'll have a trial at a later date. You'll have plenty of time to prepare for trial. If you wish to represent yourself at trial and not have an attorney, please understand I can't treat you any differently than I would an attorney who knows the rules of procedure and evidence. So please be mindful of that. But at the trial, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And you also have the right to remain silent and not offer any testimony or evidence against yourself. So you do have to show up, but you don't have to do anything except wait for the court's decision. However, if you wish to enter a plea, if you wish to enter evidence and testimony on your behalf, or if you wish to make any arguments counter to what the state's arguments are, you can do that at trial. Additionally, if you are convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both. If you believe that the conviction is a mistake or that there's been an error in the trial, you can appeal your conviction within 30 days of the verdict of the court to an appellate court. Okay, those are all the rights that come with having a trial. If you wish to enter a plea of guilty, it means that you feel that you're guilty of the offenses before the court, even if you believe that not all of the factual basis is correct. Also, if you enter a plea of nolo, it means that you understand the state has evidence that they could present to a court, and that evidence could result in a conviction against you. And because you do not wish to contest that evidence, you wish to enter a plea of nolo contendory, excuse me, and resolve your case today. If you enter a plea of guilty or nolo, we'll resolve your case today after you or your attorney have had a chance to hear from the state and negotiate about a recommendation to the court. If you are entering a plea of nolo, there may be benefits to you. It may help you avoid points on your license with the Department of Driver Services. It may also help you avoid a penalty of suspension of your license, but only if you are nolo eligible, meaning that you have not entered a nolo plea within the last 5 years for that offense. Also, if you are under the age of 21, please understand that it is easier for an under 21 driver to accrue points on your license that could suspend your license, and a nolo may not work the same way for you. So please understand that if you're entering a plea of nolo, it may not help you keep your license if you're under 21. Please let us know at the time that we talk to you that you are an under 21 driver. And the last thing is, if you have a commercial driver's license, if your livelihood and the way you provide for yourself and your family depends on your commercial driver's license, please be mindful that even if the citation is on your private license, it could affect your commercial driver's license negatively. A plea of nolo or guilty or a conviction at trial. So it is best if you know what that effect is going to be before you make the decision to plead or go to trial. If you need extra time to figure that out, enter a plea of not guilty. You'll have time to prepare for trial. You'll also have time to research what might happen to your CDL. And if on the date of trial you wish to enter a plea instead of going to trial, that's fine also. Okay, so that's the announcement. I'm going to call the calendar. Please let me know if you are here, even if you have an attorney. Excuse me. All right. Celerin Montero Hernandez.
She's here.
Okay, courtroom. Coming up, please.
She's along with the interpreter, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bermudez. Ma'am, you're before the court for no license and failure to yield the right of way.
Yes.
Do you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I don't know. Do I need an attorney?
Ma'am, that's up to you. An attorney could help you and maybe understand what you're here for.
The truth is that I don't know.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Ms. Bermudez?
Is that I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to appoint an attorney to speak with Ms. Montero Hernandez. Aleja Ramirez Rodriguez. Aleja Ramirez Rodriguez. Last call, Aleja Ramirez Rodriguez. All right, having heard no answer, court will issue a bench warrant. Thaddeus Reed.
Your Honor, Reed is on the Zoom call,
Yes,
and
Hey.
I need a breakout room with Mr. Reed.
okay. Jason Brian Rowland. Jason Brian Rowland or Rowland.
He's here, Your Honor.
All right. All right, sir, you're before the court on a decal revalidation violation, invalid registration, and no tag or expired or invalid tag. Do you wish to represent yourself or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Your Honor, I'll represent myself.
Are you over 21? Okay. All right. May I have the state's attorney make the recommendation on this?
Yes, Your Honor. For the decal, we're willing to know process. For the invalid registration, $500, they are NOLO eligible. For the no tag, it's $100.
All right, so Mr. Rowland, they're willing to no process the decal revalidation. The invalid registration would be a $500 fine, and you could enter a NOLO plea so that would not suspend your license if that's a possibility. And then the no tag or expired or invalid tag is a $100 fine. The $500 fine is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. The $100 fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. And I can give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation, or 12 months pay only probation that will terminate as soon as you've paid your probation and as soon as you've paid your fines and fees, whenever that is, as long as it's before the 12 months.
Okay, Your Honor, that is fine. I'm just surprised by all this because I just stepping back to get these tickets when I got them in 2020. I spent several months trying to contact information regarding these and information on these, and even though I called and employed out, the last thing that was said to me after a phone call and going online and not seeing this information about the fees or anything like that regarding this, it was shared with me that I would get something in the mail to kind of be patient. You'll get something in the mail. And until I got the notice for this court appearance, that's the first thing I heard was to be here this day. So it's kind of surprising to me, all of the things that, regarding this. So I'm just kind of shocked by all of this information because I was kind of ready to kind of go forward with this 2 years ago and then getting all this information right now. Is this the first, this information I got for the court date, was that the information they said I would get in the mail?
Yes, Mr. Rowland. So please understand that we've had, our court is probably one of the most up to date, but we have had the pandemic and we are still dealing with some cases that were mid or pre-pandemic. So your case is a 2021 case. We're trying to resolve all of those now. So this is the arraignment, the first appearance before the trial court. And the invalid registration decal case, the no tag, do you have any proof that on the date of the citation you had any of those?
No, I am aware that I did not have my decal on there, and because this was actually in 2020, 2 years ago, to my memory, after I received the tickets, it was just kind of to my surprise that I was cited for, and this is just because of, I was cited for driving with no tag or invalid registration. I can see myself, maybe not getting the for 6 days, but not for 6 months, and so that's why I'm kind of surprised by that. to get that, but I do know the decal, I did not have the decal on that, and I had to go get that after that case. So I do understand that. And I guess in pleading this and to put this behind me, I don't mind pleading NOLO, Your Honor, on that, and then accepting my lot on that.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04192. Decal revalidation violation will be null pros per the state. Invalid registration, you're entering a plea of NOLO, and no tag or expired or invalid tag, you're entering a plea of NOLO. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no conduct test could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor, on July 30th, 2020, Mr. Rowland was stopped for a renewal decal and cited for driving a vehicle with invalid registration, as well as a revalidation decal not displayed. The state has recommended that for the decal revalidation to no pros, for the invalid registration, $500, and for the expired tag, $100.
All right. So, Mr. Rowland, I can give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation. If you need more time than that, I can give you 12 months pay only probation, where the only requirements are that you pay and that you report for probation. Sir, which do you prefer, or do you wish to pay today?
60 days.
All right. So, Mr. Rowland, I'm going to ask you to go downstairs to the second floor, right below where you are. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left. You'll see the traffic court window. Ask them, give them your name, and they'll pull up your information. They'll give you your sentencing sheet with the date by which you have to pay. And also, they'll give you information about paying online or by phone. Okay?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, Marquise Andre Russell. Marquise Andre Russell. Marquise Andre Russell. All right. Bench warrant will be granted. Claudia Seck. Claudia Seck. Claudia Seck. All right, bench warrant. Lamish Thomas. Is it Lamish? Lamish Thomas.
Yes, ma'am. It's Lamech.
Lamech, I'm sorry. Lamech Thomas. Mr. Thomas, may I see you, please?
1 second, 1 second.
All right, so Mr. Thomas, you're before the court on a traffic violation. That's a red light, a license, driving on a suspended or revoked license, and no license. Two of these offenses, suspended or revoked license and no license, could result in your license being further suspended if you've gotten it reinstated. So, sir, do you wish to represent yourself, or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
An attorney.
All right, so I'll appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis, and one of them will speak with you in a moment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mary Ann Krista Thompson.
Yes, that's
Mary Ann.
me.
Okay, Miss Thompson, you're before the court for passing an emergency vehicle and distracted driving. Did you wish to represent yourself, or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Myself.
All right, are you over 21?
Yes.
All right. May I have the state give a recommendation in this case?
For the driver's suspended license, $500 for.
No. Next, pass an emergency vehicle and distracted driving. Mary Ann Thompson.
Oh, sorry. 250 for the passing emergency vehicle, and if the defendant, if Ms. Thompson has proof of a holder for her phone, we'll know process.
I have a holder for my phone. If you, I want to
Okay,
plead no. Sorry.
Hold on, Ms. Thompson. What was the recommendation for the number one?
$250.
All right. So Ms. Thompson, if you have a holder for your phone, you can go outside and get that, and we'll come back. And when you come back, we'll do the plea if you want to take a plea to the passing emergency vehicle.
Yes, I want to take a plea, and I also want to note that I've done a 6-hour defensive driving class and 3 hours of community service. Just wanted to see if you would take that into consideration, if there's any way to lower the fine. If not, it's fine, but I'll go get the whole.
Hold on, Ms. Thompson. Do you have a form from the course that you took?
No, I just did it with Hands-On Atlanta.
Oh, no, not from the community service. Do you have a form from the driving class?
No, I don't. Well, I have a certificate from the driving class, but I didn't get it from the court. I just took a 6-hour defensive driving course.
How did you find this course?
It was online. It was online, and I had my insurance company help me find it.
Okay. Did you go through the Department of Driver Services by any chance?
I can go off camera and look at the certificate to see.
Okay,
Like,
get the certificate and bring the certificate and bring your your hands-free device, and we'll look at those. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you. All right. Michael Jerome Thompson. Mr. Thompson is represented by Lister Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Thompson is on the Zoom call. And
All right.
he wants to plead NOLA to counts 1 and 3. Count 2 will be no pros.
All right, Mr. Thompson, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04182 for driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, and traffic and red light violation. You're entering a NOLA to counts 1 and 3. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On December 5th, 2020, Mr. Thompson was observed in a black Cadillac Escalade where he made a U-turn and pulled U-turn at the red light and proceeded through the light. Once he was pulled over, the ID produced was discovered to have a suspended driving status, and he was taken into custody. The state is recommending for the driving with suspended license $500. We're willing to no pros the no license, and then also $100 for the red light violation.
All right, Mr. Kamani, how long does your client need to pay the offenses? I mean,
60,
pay the
60 days, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Thompson, the $500 fine on count 1 is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. On count 3, it's going to be $151.50 total with the surcharges. So you'll have 60 days in which to pay. Please make sure you pay on or before the 60th day, preferably before, just because you don't want anything to go wrong. And if you do not pay by that time, an arrest warrant will issue. All right, Mr. Kamani, do you have Mr. Thompson's email to pass on?
Yes, Your Honor, I have it.
All right, Mr. Thompson, either later today or tomorrow, check your email. Your sentencing sheet should be there, and there should also be information about how to pay online or by phone, okay?
Okay, and what was the total on that?
It's going to be $737.50 for the first one. That's with the surcharges. And then the second one is going to be $151.50. So 7, 8, 9, there's almost $1,000 around there. All righty. All right, so your attorney's gonna send us your
Mr.
email address.
Your Honor, I just have one question. Mr. Thompson, 60 days is fine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. All right, Mr. Thompson, thank you. You're free to go at this time. Mr. Roque Deneri Torres Coelho. Torres Coelho.
He's here, Your Honor, with an interpreter.
Okay. Mr. Torres Coelho, you're before the court for invalid registration, no tag or expired tag, and no proof of insurance.
I do understand the charges.
I'm sorry?
I do understand the charges.
Okay. Do you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I can do it myself.
Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
You're before the court. I'm going to ask the state for their recommendations. What's the recommendation for invalid registration, no tag, and no proof of insurance?
$500 for the invalid registration, no insurance, $200, no tag, $100. She is NOLO eligible.
Judge, just to make sure, for no registration.
I'm sorry?
The interpreter couldn't hear what he was saying, what the solicitor was saying. Did he say for no registration, that would be $200?
Okay, so what I have is for invalid registration, it's a $500 fine. For no proof, no tag or invalid tag is a $200 fine, and no proof of insurance is a $100 fine. But no tag or invalid tag, I believe, has been a $100 fine before, Miss Janvier.
I apologize if I misspoke. I did have that written down, though. I had 200 for no insurance and 100 for the tag.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may interject, typically, if the defendant pleads to the no tag, we will no process the invalid registration or suspended registration.
Okay.
That's been our typical recommendation.
All right. So, Mr. Torres Coelho, if you're entering a plea to counts 2 and 3, count 1 will be no pros. The fine would be $100 for count 2 and a $200 fine for count 3. Is that correct, Mr. Taylor?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. Did you wish to enter a NOLO or a guilty plea? All right, sir, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. By entering a plea of NOLO, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge.
I understand.
You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
I understand.
You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor.
I understand.
By entering the plea, you give up the right to present evidence and testimony to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or NOLO could have a negative effect on your immigration status.
I understand.
All right. Factual basis, interpreter speed.
Thank you, Your Honor. On December 23rd, 2020, the defendant was cited for driving motor vehicle with invalid registration. And additionally for failure to maintain policy info card. The state is recommending to no process the invalid registration. And a fine of $200 for the no insurance. And a fine of $100 for the no tag.
I understand.
All right. All right, sir. Do you wish to pay the fines and fees today, or do you need additional time? I can give you up to 60 days.
I'll take the 60 days.
All right, so sir, I'm going to ask you to go downstairs to the window on the second floor. When you come through the double doors into the hallway, go to your left. At the window, they're going to give you your sentencing sheet that has the date by which these should be paid. You can also ask for the ability to pay online or by phone. So you do not have to come back to the courthouse. The $100 fine is going to be $151.50. And with the surcharges, the $200 fine is going to be $298. All right, sir. If you will head down to the second floor, they'll assist you there.
Thank you very much. Judge, if I may, Ms. Martinez.
Yes.
Let's call the interpreter that she wanted to proceed without an attorney.
Ms. Montero or Ms. Rodriguez?
Ms. Martinez, Montero.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna put her in a breakout room in a moment. Just let me get these last two cases. Thank you. The Kimbe Malik Turner.
He's here, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I'll need a breakout room.
Okay, okay, Mr. Turner, if you just have a seat, Mr. Kamani is gonna have a breakout room with you and the other lady, and he'll speak with you at that time, okay?
Yes.
All right, Primus Rashad Williams. Primus Rashad Williams. Third call, Primus Rashad Williams. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, Ms. Thompson, you have your, okay, hands-free device. And you said you had a certificate?
Yeah, is there somewhere I can email it? The website I used was drivesafe.org.
All right. I don't know how much it'll help you because usually we require those that are approved by the Department of Driver Services. But Ms. Janvier, if you will go ahead and chat her your email address, maybe this will be something you can consider.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so once you all get that worked out, then we'll be back to finish, Ms. Thompson. Ms. Montero Hernandez is in the breakout room, is in the courtroom, and Mr. Kamani, your other client, is in the courtroom. So if you'll speak with both of them for me.
Right.
I'm gonna put Mr. Kamani in breakout room number 2.
Your Honor, can you
Yes.
put me in a breakout room with Ms. Janvier first? I just need some clarification on the recommendation.
Okay, so Ms. Janvier and Mr. Kamani, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1. Mr. Taylor, you had someone you needed to speak to, is that correct?
I can speak to Mr. Lamech Thomas.
All right, so Mr. Thomas and Mr. Taylor will be in breakout room number 2. All right, and when Mr. Kamani is going to move to the courtroom, so then I'll move him when he's ready. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll just hold on, we will get everybody to where they need to be as soon as the attorneys come back from who they're speaking with right now. Mr. Taylor, is the state still proceeding with the motions on the 3 p.m. calendar for Duplessis and McPhee?
Your Honor, we have one witness that I've spoken to yesterday that I requested that she be here for the Duplessis motion. We have been in touch with an officer on the Duplessis motion, but he is coming from Alabama. We were trying to see if instead we could get him on Zoom, but we haven't been able to establish a second contact. Speaking with Attorney Taylor, Mr. Duplessis is not going to be present in the courtroom, is our understanding, because he is currently in Florida. Based on his availability and based on our witnesses' availability, we may ask to have that matter continued.
Okay, so it doesn't matter about Mr. Duplessis's availability unless he has some kind of legal conflict that the court has to recognize. But if the state is asking for continuance, that's different. But if Mr. Duplessis is just in Florida because he thinks he might get locked up, that's a bench warrant.
Well, Your Honor, we filed the motion. I want to say this motion was filed September 9th, and I believe Solicitor Brooks emailed you and Attorney Taylor indicating that this was going to be heard on today's date, the 29th, so he had sufficient time to arrive here before any weather abnormalities would have affected his travel.
Okay. Well, when Mr. Taylor comes out of the breakout room, we'll make a decision, but that is my feeling. What about the McPhee case, Chantel McPhee?
I understand from my staff that we have an officer available as a witness to go forward on that matter.
Have you talked to Siobhan Thomas?
I have not spoken to Mr. Thomas directly. He sent an email to Ms. Ponder regarding the case. I think she had a little more information since she initially filed the motion. He wishes to resolve it, and he did a counteroffer of plea recommendation, but I don't know if she's had a chance to address that with him yet.
Okay, well, whoever's handling the motion needs to call Mr. Thomas, and let's see if this is going to be a plea or a motion. All right, we have a little bit of time right now to do that.
Judge, I spoke to Mr. Thomas yesterday. He did say he will appear by Zoom today, and his client would be in the courtroom. So
okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll reach out to Mr. Thomas now.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
Can you put me in the breakout room with the pod?
Yes. So, Mr. Kamani, my understanding is there's 3 people in the pod. 2 of them already represented by Lister and Holt and 1 who's been appointed. So if you could speak to them, and Ms. Bermudez is in the pod already. So
Your Honor, so to my knowledge, Montero and Turner are in the pod, right?
Montero, Turner, and hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I think Mr. Reed is actually on video. So, okay, yeah, Turner and Montero are in the pod.
Okay.
So to put you in breakout room number 3. And I'm going to put the courtroom in breakout room number 3. All right. And when y'all come back, then we'll have an announcement. Mr. Taylor, do you have any announcements on this calendar?
No, Your Honor. I'm still waiting on the information on Mr. Lemek Thomas's case
Okay.
from the state.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I did send my email to Ms. Thompson, but I did not receive the email of her certificate yet.
All right, Ms.
Okay,
Thompson.
Yep,
Can
let
you
me yep.
resend that for me? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, state has an announcement.
All right, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Janvier, are we ready on any cases? Also with Ms. Thompson, was the certificate something that the state is willing to take into account?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Thompson, go ahead.
So the recommendation will be a $200 fine, reduced to $50. And since she had the device, will no process.
All right, so Ms. Thompson, the fine has been reduced by $50. It'll be a $200 fine on count 1. Count 2 will be no pros. Are you ready to take a plea, ma'am?
Yes. Yes.
You have a question?
I understand. Yes, I'm ready to take a plea.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04179, Marianne Krista Thompson, for passing emergency vehicle and distracted driving. You're entering a plea of guilty. Is it to passing emergency vehicle or NOLO?
NOLO.
Okay, by entering the NOLO plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On October 22nd, 2020, Ms. Thompson was cited for a speed of 85 miles. And
no.
This is emergency vehicle and distracted driving.
Yes, Your Honor. She was on 85, Highway 85. And cited for distracted driving with her cell phone, and additionally cited for improper passing of the emergency vehicle. The state is recommending a $200 fine for passing of the emergency vehicle, and is no process, the distracted driving.
All right. All right, ma'am. The $200 fine is going to be $298 with the surcharges. Do you need more than 60 days in which to pay?
No.
All right. All right, ma'am. So if you will send your email address by chat to Brenda Castaneda. Do you know how to do that?
No.
Okay, so the chat function.
Just use the chat function and send my email address.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just make sure you check it a couple of times to make sure that you got it right, so that when Miss Brenda gets it, she'll be able to send it to the right person.
Okay.
Everyone who could join this afternoon.
All right. Once you do that, Ms. Thompson, you'll be free to go, okay?
Okay. So send her the email and then I can go? Or do
Yes,
I wait?
ma'am.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. So you also have the opportunity to pay online or by phone. So when you see the email, that should be included in there, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I have an announcement for Montero.
Okay, go ahead.
Plead NOLO to counts 1 and 2.
Okay.
And for Turner, he said he wants to represent himself.
Okay. All right. So you need to speak with Mr. Reed. Is that correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
So Mr. Turner is refusing Lister and Holt and wants to represent himself.
That's right.
Is Ms. Janvier in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
And you have Mr. Thomas's case, right?
Lemec, yes.
Yes. Your Honor, could we break out? Or could Mrs. Janvier and I have a breakout?
The judge will return momentarily.
I have an announcement, Your Honor.
Stand by, she'll be on in a minute.
Mr. Taylor, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lamech Thomas would like to enter a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2.
All right. All right, so we have Mr. Thomas, Mr. Reed.
Your Honor, he's going to plead not guilty today.
Okay, Mr. Reed, you're pleading not guilty, sir. Please keep in touch with your attorney. If anything changes about your contact information, please let your attorney know, and they'll assist you with helping the court to get the correct information, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go at this time. All
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
Ms. Montero Hernandez, please come to the podium. Am I frozen? Can y'all see me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, there we are. All right, Ms. Montero Hernandez, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give will be true?
Yes.
Okay. You're before the court on case 2021 CR 04183. You're entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2. By entering a plea of nolo to no license and failure to yield, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor.
Okay.
All right, and you give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf. To not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status.
Okay.
All right. Factual basis, interpreter speed, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On August the 11th, 2020, an officer responded to a reference of a vehicle accident where he observed Ms. Montero. In which I'm sorry, I can't tell if she's still interpreting.
I finished.
Okay. Where he observed that Ms. Montero had caused an accident by failing to yield. While entering a roadway. and striking a vehicle. It was found that Ms. Montero had never had a license. And she was placed in custody. The state is recommending a $500 fine for the no license and $85 for the failure to yield.
All right. Ms. Montero Hernandez, on count one, the $500 fine will be $737.50 with the surcharges. The failure to yield is $85. And I'm not sure what the surcharge would be on that. All right. And you can have 60 days in which to pay unless you want to pay today.
I'm going to pay today.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to go downstairs to the second floor. When you enter the double doors, turn left. At the window, the traffic window, they will take your payment and give you your paperwork. Did you have any other questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you. Ms. Bermudez, I don't think we need you anymore for the hearings or the 3 o'clock calendar.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Lamech is next. Mr. Taylor, do you have an update on the 3 o'clock calendar?
An update. I believe it was the state's motion, though I did have a request whenever that was called.
Mr. Lamech, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Lamech, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04186 for a traffic violation, license, driving on a suspended or revoked license and no license. You're entering a plea of no load to counts 1 and 2. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On October 27th, 2020, an officer while on patrol on Terra Boulevard and Rick Daley Memorial Boulevard observed a silver colored Ford Explorer proceed through a red light. Once the traffic stop was initiated, the driver, Mr. Thomas, did produce a valid driver's license, but his registration was suspended. And he advised he didn't know that. The state is recommending $70 for the red light traffic control device. If Mr. Lamech has proof that the car was registered to his mother, The driving with a suspended registration would be no prize, and no prize for the license, the violation, license violation.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor, I discussed the possibility of the registration that Ms. Jean-Pierre just alluded to, but he has decided to go ahead with the NOLO plea.
Okay, so the traffic violation, did you say $70?
Wait, excuse me, but how would I prove that the car wasn't registered to me? Like, how would I prove that it's not mine?
Mr. Thomas, do you need, why don't I call you in a second and we can talk about this further? Is this the last on the calendar, Your Honor?
Yes. No, Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, come up to the podium. Mr. Thomas, mute your device and speak with Mr. Taylor by phone. All right. Mr. Turner, it's my understanding, sir, that you have indicated that you wish to represent yourself and you do not wish to have the assistance of the law firm of Lister and Holt. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Are you over the age of 21? Okay. All right. So, sir, you're charged with failure to yield the right of way and no license. The no license charge is a statutory charge. So whatever the fines and fees are for that, it doesn't change. The only thing that changes is if this is a first in 5 years, you have the opportunity to enter a plea of NOLO if that's available to you. And the NOLO plea could prevent your license from being further suspended if you've had it, if you've had it reinstated. So there's not much leeway on that charge because it's statutory. Failure to yield the right of way, I'll ask the state to give me a recommendation on both the failure to yield the right of way and the no license charge.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. So for the failure to yield will be $50. And for the no license, that is $500.
All right. And he's NOLO eligible?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Turner, if you choose to use a NOLO, that could help you with both of the charges. Failure to yield is a moving violation, which could have points attached to it. And the no license charge will help you to not have a further suspension of your license. Do you wish to use your NOLO?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
You can put your hand down. You're before the court on failure to yield the right of way and no license. By entering a plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yeah.
All right, factual basis and recommendation from the state.
Yes, Your Honor. On December 7th, 2020, an officer was dispatched to Anvil Block Road and South Park Boulevard in Ellenwood, Georgia, in reference to a vehicle accident call. At that time, he observed the 2013 Chevrolet Equinox that was westbound, driven by Mr. Turner, where he attempted to turn left onto South Park Boulevard and struck another vehicle that was traveling in the westbound lane. After investigating, it was determined that he did not have a valid driver's license, and Mr. Turner was then taken into custody. The state is recommending a $50 fine for the failure to yield and $500 for the no license.
All right, so sir, the count one, the $50 fine will be $83.25 with the surcharges. The $500 fine on count two will be $737.50 with the surcharges. I can give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation. If you need additional time, I can put you on pay only probation, which the only two things that you need to do are report to probation and pay. Once you've paid the fines and fees, your probation will terminate. So the quicker you pay it, your probation will terminate at that time, but you do have the 12 months in case you need it. Did you want to do that or the 60 days? Or you could pay today if you haven't.
60 days.
All right, so sir, please make sure you pay on or before the 60th day or an arrest warrant could issue. I want you to go downstairs to the second floor now. When you come back through the double doors, then go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. They'll give you your paperwork and they'll also give you information about how to pay online or by phone, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, don't leave the building without your paperwork, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. All right, Mr. Taz Taylor, do we have an announcement on the hearings? Okay, he must be away from his desk. Mr. Wesley Taylor, Ms. John VA, are we ready to go to finish the plea for Mr. Lemack?
Mr. Thomas would like to withdraw the guilty plea and enter a plea of not guilty.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you're entering a plea of not guilty. Please make sure that you keep in touch with your attorney. Please make sure that if anything changes about your contact information, that you let your attorney know first. And then the attorney will direct you as to how to change your information with the state, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
so sir, be careful. Thank you. And we'll see you when your trial comes up.
All right. Thank you. Am I free to leave the
Yes,
meeting?
sir, you are. And I'm just
Okay.
waiting for Mr. Taylor to come back so I can get an announcement on the 3 o'clock calendar. I believe we've completed all of the cases on the 2 p.m. calendar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologize, Your Honor. You sounded for me.
Mr. Taylor, do you have an announcement?
I apologize, Your Honor. I was speaking with our witness. On the case, on the motion for Ms. Chantel McPhee, I've spoken with Attorney Thomas, and I believe we have a negotiated plea. He's in the courtroom, and I believe his client's in the courtroom as well.
Okay.
On the motion to revoke bond for Mr. Duplessis, I have one witness present, but I do not have my officer. I don't see him on the Zoom call, and I don't believe he's in the courtroom. He was commuting from Alabama. And so I don't believe he's going to be present here today.
So is the state withdrawing? What's going on?
Well, the state would request a one-time continuance to give Officer Laura greater notice. I don't believe he was contacted in sufficient amount of time for him to make arrangements to get here. He's going to try to be here, but he couldn't guarantee it. So given that, while I understand that Mr. Duplessis is not required to be in the courtroom for this particular motion, due to the fact that it was a motion to revoke bond, if the judge should find, or if the court should find that bond should be revoked, he would be taken into custody without him being present in the courtroom. He wouldn't be subject to that action. So
Mr. Taylor, any thoughts in response to the request for continuance?
I would move that the motion be dismissed for lack of prosecution of the motion.
All right, Ms. Val, what's our continuance date?
Stand by, let me check, because we need the next available, or do we need the November date? Which one are we going?
Next available where they can be in the courtroom.
So what, November 9th at 3 be too long?
Well, that's up to the state. They continued it, so I guess
3 p.m. then.
All right, November 9th, 3 p.m. Thank you. All right, Ms. McPhee.
Thank you.
Coming up to the podium. Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas.
Your Honor, just by way of announcement, I have spoken to the state. I spoke to Mr. Taz, and he did convey a global resolution for all four of Ms. McPhee's case, and she is going to accept the state's offer.
All right, you said for all, how many?
She has 4 open cases, Your Honor, and in lieu of going forward with the motion this morning, we're going to enter a guilty plea. Unless you have.
Mr. Taylor, I just have the case ending in 05006. You want to send the rest of that over to me?
Yes, Your Honor. I will do that.
All right, so I'll look for the email. That way I'll be able to address all of the cases. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Just hold on a second, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to step away from my desk for a moment.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Judge, I believe all the casework for Ms. McPhee's 4 cases has been sent to you.
I work for you later.
I'm supposed to go home. I don't know.
Really?
I have a home to pick with it.
I ain't home spring no more, so. I ain't in that anymore.
Oh, and shit, you got about 2 telephone numbers.
I'm staying about it later. You did. You enjoy taking, bro?
Yeah, I'm going
Oh, really? You need me taking it like, look, in
I
here?
can pull you over, and I can have an extra.
Okay.
I can pull you over. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna leave you alone, man. I ain't messing with you. They need you at 4 to 3 o'clock. No, I practice mostly in Columbus.
You do. Sometimes 3 o'clock on the. It's rare people show up for it. They show up to people surprised. You get, tell me pull over, like, oh, yeah,
You never call at 3 o'clock. I work out on my schedule, but I try to work out the way I could be in the room. So we and my client, but like I, the machine, you never be there, we never do it. Mr. Taylor, does Ms. McPhee have paperwork that she would need to sign?
Yes,
Hold on, Mr. Thomas, I'll be right with you. 1 second. I had another judge call me, so I'll be right with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I believe that is all for Lister Halton Dennis, if we could be excused.
Mr. Taylor, do I need to come down there and get any paperwork or I'm good?
the clerk will print out the appropriate plea paperwork, I believe. If there's one in the courtroom, or the judge will prepare it.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Taylor, we're ready to proceed. I have the cases for Ms. McPhee. So Ms. McPhee is before the court on case 2020 CR 05006 for a simple battery. She is also before the court on case 2022 CR 01901 for public drunk. She is also before the court for, 2020 CR 08197 for no license and improper lane change. And He's before the court on 2022 CR 00961 for driving under the influence and open container and no insurance. All right, Ms. McPhee, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any, can you take your hat off, ma'am? Okay, you solemnly swear or affirm any, hold your hand up, any testimony that you give in this matter will be true? All right, so ma'am, you're before the court on the cases as I've listed and the charges as I've listed them. Mr. Thomas, do you have what your client pleads to each of the offenses? For case 0 ending in 05006, simple battery, what does your client plead to that offense?
Want me to tell you the plea, Your Honor, or do you want my client to tell you the plea?
Tell me the pleas, yeah.
Guilty, Your Honor.
All right, and on the case 08197 for no license and improper lane change, what does she plead?
That case is actually going to be dismissed, Your Honor.
All right, that case will be no pros. The case 2020 CR 08197.
That's correct, Your Honor, fully no prost.
All right, and what does she plead to the case ending in 2022 CR 01901 for public drunk?
That one's going to be guilty as well, Your Honor.
And for the last case, the case ending in 00961, that's case 202-00961 for driving under the influence of alcohol, open container violation, state, open container violation, county, and no insurance.
Yes, Your Honor, she's going to plead guilty to the DUI, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Taylor, the no insurance was going to be dismissed, correct?
That's correct. The no insurance, count 4 will be no prost. Open container is open. It's a $100 fine suspended.
State or county?
State. And the open container county will be no prost.
All right. All right.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Is
All
that
right.
understanding, Mr. Thomas?
That is correct. So Your Honor, it would be a guilty to the open container state, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So Ms. McPhee, you're before the court. You have four cases with several charges. You've heard the agreement between the parties. You're entering the pleas as we've stated them. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yeah.
All right, factual basis and recommendation. Mr. Taylor, just let me know the last 5 of the case you're beginning with.
Okay. So,
Your Honor, I don't know if Your Honor does this in your courtroom, but we would stipulate to a factual basis, unless you want to hear it on the record.
I'll let you stipulate to the public drunk, but I want to hear the other ones.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So 2020 CR 08197 is no prost. 2022 CR 00961. This is the DUI less safe and open container.
All right, go ahead.
June 13th of 2021, in the city of Morrow, officers conducting traffic enforcement observed a Kia driving eastbound. When they put the tag in the system, it showed the vehicle had no insurance, and they conducted a traffic stop. During the traffic stop, they detected alcohol on Miss McPhee's breath and asked if she had been drinking. She stated she had had a beer and she had an open container inside of the vehicle. They did further investigation and determined or made a factual determination, the officers did, that she was driving while intoxicated. The Senate's recommendation is for the DUI less safe, 12 months probation, $300 fine, 40 hours community service, substance abuse evaluation and treatment, if necessary, no drugs or alcohol with random testing, and a DUI risk reduction class. On the open container state, $100 fine, suspended for time served, and on no insurance, $200 fine. On no insurance, that count has been no pros because the defendant has provided proof of insurance to our current vehicle. On the next case, 2020 CR 05006. This is a simple battery. On August 9th of 2020, officers were dispatched between a fight between an employee and a customer at the location Family Dollar at 4018 Jonesboro Road. The victim in the case stated that the defendant came into the store and struck her. They had been exchanging words prior to that event.
Do they know each other because of the client store client to store employee, or did they have history outside of the store?
They had history outside the store.
Okay.
One of the women's boyfriend came to the other woman's house to celebrate a birthday, and there was apparently animosity based on that event.
Okay, what's the alleged victim's name?
The victim's name is Denise Reed, R-E-I-D.
All right. All right, what's the recommendation?
12 months to serve 8 days, credit for time served. Ms. McPhee has served 8 days in custody. 40 hours of community service, anger management class, $200 fine to be suspended for time served, and no contact with the victim.
All right.
And then the final case is the public drunken case. 12 months probation, alcohol and drug evaluation, which she is also receiving already with the terms of the DUI plea and the random testing.
Okay.
And that case is to run all three cases, the probation and all three cases are to run concurrent.
Okay, so let me just be clear, Mr. Thomas, because all three of these cases are run concurrent. This is what you're looking at. So on the battery case, 12 months to serve 8 days, credit for time served, balance will be probated to pay a fine in the amount of $200. That fine has been suspended, but it'll be 40 hours of community service, an anger management class, and no contact with Denise Reed. The public drunk case 2022 CR 01901 is going to be 12 months probation to take a substance abuse evaluation and any treatment that can run concurrent with the case 2022 CR 00961 DUI. The count one is 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $300. That's going to be $444 with the surcharges, 40 hours of community service. That's an additional 40 hours. So it'll be 80 hours total. A substance abuse evaluation and any treatment that may be ordered. The substance abuse evaluation is going to cost, the treatment is going to cost. No alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of the probation, random screens for alcohol and drugs, the risk reduction course, that's going to cost. Probation supervision is, I think, $52 a month. It may be more than that. On count two, open container state, that's a $100 fine that's going to be suspended for credit for time served, and the remaining counts on that case will be no pros. Now, is your client going to be able to do the anger management class, 80 hours of community service, pay $444, and take the risk reduction course, substance abuse evaluation, and any treatment that may be ordered, all within a 12-month period of time, plus pay for all the supervision fees?
Yes, Your Honor, she will be able to take care of all of that in 12 months, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. McPhee, you have had quite a run, ma'am. I rarely see people with 4 pending cases within a 3 or 4 year period of time before me. So a couple of things. Now that you are on probation before me, anything you do is going to come back to me. If it's a misdemeanor, it's always going to be mine. If it's a new case down the road, or if you have a probation issue, it's going to come back to me. Number one. Number two, I believe you have a problem with alcohol because public drunk, DUI, fighting in the Family Dollar, all of those signify to me that there's an issue. So I hope you will take seriously the opportunity to have a substance abuse evaluation and any treatment that might be necessary. Everybody thinks that you have to be falling down drunk in the street and not be able to function to have an alcohol problem. But anytime somebody ends up in front of me with multiple cases where you've had to spend time in jail for things, you've been taken away from your work, your life, your job, your children, and it's alcohol involved, then you got a problem controlling yourself when you are imbibing alcohol. And so this is something you need to acknowledge and get clear with yourself, because I can punish you all day with what I have the ability to do, but that's not going to change you and how you relate to alcohol and how you understand that you have a condition. Alcohol is not your friend, and you need to deal with that. And whatever the underlying issue is that requires you in your mind to drink it away, because usually alcoholism is not the problem. It's the symptom of the problem, but there's something that makes you feel like alcohol is the crutch or the cure to the problem. And so you need to deal with whatever that underlying situation is. If you have the opportunity to take the treatment case classes or treatment that is offered, please make sure that you delve into that, because everybody thinks they don't need help, but you really do. Additionally, I would ask that you not have any contact with Miss Denise Reed, but for the 12 months, because you took this situation to somebody's job, that you not enter any Family Dollar in Clayton County. We clear? Miss McPhee, ain't nobody irredeemable. Everybody can be redeemed and get better. What I'm asking you to do first is acknowledge you got a problem. And then once you acknowledge that you have a problem, then you can begin to deal with it and dig yourself out of it. Fighting some woman at the Family Dollar ain't gonna fix what happened with whatever man this is. He's a grown up. He gonna do what he wanna do. I May Udoka making millions of dollars as the coach of the Boston Celtics and dating Nia Long. Yes, I do current events. Dating Nia Long of all people. No relation, but maybe a little bit. He cheated on Nia Long and lost his good job. We don't know why he would do that, but he's a grown man. He made his own decision. So in this case, whatever grown man you and Miss Reed were having an issue about, he gonna do what he want to do. Fighting Miss Reed ain't gonna fix it. I'm gonna just be clear. Okay. So I hope you take that for what it's worth. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to talk to you about all of the probation that you'll have and how it's going to fit together and what you need to do to be successful in probation. And once she's had the opportunity to speak with you, then you will do what she directs you to do. You'll meet with your probation officers and all of that. But let me tell you, the easiest way to get rearrested on any of these charges that have a probation requirement is to not report. If you fail to report, you will get arrested. If you're having trouble completing any of the other conditions, discuss that with your probation officer. They're here to make sure that you successfully complete probation. But if you just blow it off and don't show up, you will get arrested. We clear? All right. So, Mr. Thomas, you're not required to stay if you have something else to do, but she's going to stay in the courtroom. The courtroom is going to link up with Mrs. Thomas and the probation expert. And once Miss McPhee and Miss Thomas have finished speaking, then Miss McPhee will be free to go until she needs to report to probation. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll stick around with her, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Mr. Thomas?
I'm gonna stick around and hang out with her here in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. All right, sir. And then once you're finished with that, you'll be free to go. And then we can shut the courtroom down once Miss Thomas has done her intake. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
All right. So I'll just wait here until Miss Thomas comes back. If Mr. Taylor would stay and then in case she has a question, but after that, we'll be free to go. Hey, Mr. Baker.
Hey, Your Honor, I was just going to say hello. I guess you don't need my services anymore.
No, sir, you're good. Thank you. I know it's been a whirlwind of a day.
Oh, it's been great.
Hi, Mr. Baker. It's good to see you.
I can't remember the last time I had this much fun.
Well, you know, I try not to disappoint. Yes, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Wesley Taylor.
I'll see everybody later.
All right. Mr. Taylor, you and Mr. Kamani can go. I don't believe you have anything else unless you have a question.
Thanks, Judge.
All right. All right. So we'll be back as soon as Ms. Thomas is back. We'll be everybody else can leave at that point.
And Judge, I appreciate your patience with me this afternoon.
No problem, Mr. Taylor. I'm playing musical solicitors, but I'm just glad to have somebody.
Thank you.
All right, take care. I'll be here until Ms. Thomas comes.
Yes.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
Get on that. All right, have a good one, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Let's all shut it down. Y'all get some rest, hydrate.